Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
It's the crossover, as it's the super mega crossover.
No, it's only the super crossover, but you want to make it the super mega crossover? We should cold call Schaefer right now.
We should cold call Schaefer right now.
It's actually a great
Call him
idea.
up. Just call him and bring him up on
Don't
the line.
worry, I'm a producer.
Hey! It ain't that hard.
Oh,
Hey!
Finally, the crossover can return to its
Thank
roots today.
God.
Yes.
All right, Matt,
Jeez.
turn your mic on.
What?
Just kidding.
This is crazy.
How this phone works.
There you go ahead. You hit the green button.
You gotta,
Buttons work.
oh my God,
There,
it's
I got
not
it.
working.
There, what's his number?
No.
Press
Just
the
say it
button.
over the
Press
air.
the button, Matt. See if it works.
There you
It
go.
works. Okay.
Well, that's on the air. You got to click it this way.
Yeah.
There you
And
go.
then here, let me look up Schaefer's number.
I got it. I'm the producer. You do your show. Okay.
This is amazing.
Have a great show.
But
This
as soon as
is-
it starts ringing,
Oh,
we
but now
got to
you
bring it
hung
up.
it up.
No, he's got it over there.
Okay.
No, he
Oh,
doesn't.
I opened up the line over there.
There you go. He
No,
figured
he's
it
got
out.
it.
All right.
Connor's figured it out. He just needs to push harder.
Yeah, you got to push.
You got to push harder.
You got to push
Push
the
the
button.
I think your wife was the one giving birth, not you.
Oh, that's it.
You didn't push hard
That's a really
enough.
good point.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. I feel like I have to say that.
Hokey
There's a-
Skirt says Connor Happer must be bored or doesn't want to be around his kid.
Happer
thinks-
has been here the entire time since
had
he
a-
gotten off the air.
There was things going on behind the scenes.
I had a Connor Happer interview on the show. I feel like I should do
if
that
it
more
starts
often.
ringing, put it up on the air,
Okay.
and then bring the phone pod up. Nick, show him where the
Oh,
phone pod is.
Yeah, this is going to be a big problem. This is going to be a big problem.
All right, bring the phone pod up. Bring the phone pod up.
There you go. Is it ringing?
Is it ringing? It
Well,
is.
it was ringing.
It's ringing.
I can no longer hear.
It's ringing.
Okay.
Yeah, why am I being called?
Hey, it's Schaefer!
Schaefer, welcome to the Super Mega Crossover. Connor's in studio. We thought we'd invite you.
Yes.
This is exciting.
It is exciting. Happer doesn't have headphones right now, so if you want to say anything to him, say it right now before he hears you. You can say whatever you want about him. He sucks. He's terrible. He stinks.
Happer?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out how to use headphones.
He doesn't know how
Yeah.
to plug headphones
He's
in.
got Nick's weird headphones right now. He doesn't know how to plug in. He's like-
Gotcha. No, I don't have anything bad to say about him. He's good to work with. I like the guy.
Bummer.
Oh, this is
Technology can
lame.
be a bit of a problem for him, it seems. But
Yeah.
what are you going to do?
What are you wearing right now?
What do I have on right
Yeah.
now? I have the same salmon-colored polo that I was wearing for the morning show.
Okay.
Oh, looking good.
Khakis?
No, I've got light blue golf shorts on. Literally the same thing that I wore when I sat
Okay.
next to you.
Okay.
Like
So
3
what did
hours
we
ago.
interrupt? What were you doing?
Mm.
Currently, the Cleveland Guardians fledgling baseball team is playing the San Francisco Giants, an equally fledgling baseball team.
Yeah, they suck.
And right as you guys called, Stephen Kwan scored, or he hit a single that scored somebody, which brings them up to 4 runs, which might be their high for the month of August.
Oh my God!
All right, there's way too much sports talk in the crossover.
Hey, Schaefer.
No, sorry, guys. Look, Matt McMaster makes really, really ridiculously overheated mac and cheese.
Yeah. Too much slap yo mama. Schaefer, I have a question for you. What shirt are you going to wear tomorrow to the golf tournament?
And is it a men's cut or a women's cut?
I am looking to now. I don't want to shame here, but I tend to only wear men's cuts. Now,
Not that there's anything wrong with
tomorrow
that.
I will wear I believe a 1620 the zone CWS polo. It does not appear to be the same color as the polo that other people make.
He'll be the
Oh,
only
no.
guy in white.
Oh, well, you know what? This makes him our defensive coordinator because they have to be
Or
different
the
colors.
libero.
Yeah.
Mike Schaefer, the libero of
good.
You know,
1620
people
the
often
zone.
look at me and they
Baltimore.
think you have the body type to be a libero. in successful volleyball.
I think you should do the Tony White thing where you wear a long sleeve neon t-shirt.
Oh, yeah, so they can see your signs.
Yes.
I don't hate that.
Okay.
I
You
don't
should
hate
you
that.
should just bring a bunch of other people too in a bunch of neon shirts that are just signing behind you while
By the
you're on
way,
the radio.
Joey just made a graphic, and I can tell it's Joey because he has a very particular way that he does it, and it's looking good.
What
Schaefer is swinging. Happer looks like he's going to throw a golf ball, and Matt is looking at the world, and there's a golf cart on there too. I love this graphic.
Is there a 265 somewhere near?
I wish there was.
I'm gonna tell you right now, that ain't happening tomorrow. I've lost it.
Oh.
I've lost the swing.
Well, this is what happens when you play indoors all the
Lost
time.
the swing.
Where did it go?
I don't know, man. I'm trying to find it. That's the problem. It just disappears on you.
You need to do the thing like they did in Tin Cup, where he wears the goofy hat and then has the thing draping down from his nose. That's what you need.
I've never seen that movie. I need to see that movie.
You've never
sometime.
seen Tin
When
Cup?
you had the swing, on average, it would go 265 on the 2 out of 15 that you hit that went straight.
Precisely. Yes.
Incredible.
That's exactly what it is. By the way, a lot of golf movies. Does golf movie I just feel like underratedly a lot of golf movies out there.
Name 4.
Yeah.
The Greatest Game Ever Played, The Legend of Bagger Vance, Happy Gilmore, and Tin Cup.
Okay,
Whoa,
you named 4.
okay.
That was 4.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, and
Don't
then
forget Happy Gilmore 2.
isn't Billy Madison a golf movie too?
No.
I've never seen it.
Caddyshack.
Oh,
Caddyshack.
Caddyshack, that's
the other
one.
I think that's all of them.
Amazing you lead off with the greatest game ever played.
Yeah,
saw-
didn't people not like that movie?
I never saw that
There's
movie.
no way you've seen that movie.
That's the one with
Shia LaBeouf.
Shia LaBeouf. Yeah,
Shia LaBeouf.
that guy seems
and isn't
like he's
Will
going through
Smith?
some stuff.
Will
He's in Legend of
Smith was
Bagger
in
Vance.
Bagger
the
Vance. The
movie.
greatest game ever played is Shia LaBeouf, where he beats Bobby Jones.
Mhm.
I believe that one. I kind of get the greatest game ever
I believe
played in
you
Bagger
never
saw
Vance.
either of
I'm
confused.
those.
trying to think if there's any other golf movies that exist. We have a couple golf shows now with Hawk, which is terrible,
I've heard it's
and
horrible.
Stick, which was okay.
Never seen it.
Why'd you do
I'm
that?
producing.
Okay, will you just do
Let me produce.
You emote randomly when you produce? You're not doing anything. You're not pressing any buttons.
You're not coaching third base.
Buttons.
Yeah.
Just got to make sure everything's good.
Yeah, Shake's got a good point. I mean, we named all the golf movies.
Yeah, that is. I
I'm
guess.
looking at a list on Rotten Tomatoes. Most of the stuff that is golf, I have never even heard of before. There's a movie called The Caddy. There's a movie called The Short Game. There's a movie called Pat and Mike from 1952. You ever heard of that movie, John?
No,
Is it
that-
named
that-
the bar after?
What was that?
Is that the Omaha bar? Is it named after that movie?
Oh, good question.
Oh, is there a bar named Pat and Mike?
There's a bar named Caddyshack.
Well, yeah.
There's definitely a bar named Pat and Mike's in Omaha.
The
Mike
Phantom
knows
of
bars.
the Open is another golf movie.
The Phantom of the Open? That
Yeah.
sounds really lame.
Yeah,
Nice.
it does. 86% on Rotten Tomatoes, John, if you ever want to see it.
Well, maybe we'll suggest that
For
the
Movie Club. Nice.
Probably
Yeah.
on Tubi.
No, it probably is for sure.
Probably on you got to go to a Blockbuster to find that movie.
Stib says Pat and Mike's is a Chiefs bar. There you go.
It is.
Well, that would explain why Stibbs knows, because there's like a red X on his Maps app.
Hey,
Do
Stib's
not
like
go
this.
here.
So last night I was eating ice cream and there was nothing on TV. So I was like, I'm just going to go onto YouTube and see what my algo serves up because it's just been all football stuff lately. Stibbs, I found the 1997 Broncos Chiefs divisional game
Ooh,
where
that
the
was a good
Broncos
one.
upset Kansas
That was a
City
good one.
the year that John Elway won his first Super Bowl. I watched it for like 10 minutes. Terrell
What a
Davis scored a
Gen Z
touchdown.
thing of you to do, Josh.
I know. Yeah.
Just
I opened
go
up
to
YouTube
YouTube?
on my television and I watched it while I ate ice cream.
That's crazy.
My YouTube is all salmon right now.
What?
It's just all salmon.
The color of Schaefer's shirt.
Look, all salmon videos
Yeah.
right there.
That's
just like
weird.
people like chopping up salmon and making
See,
sushi.
ever since I
You
started
gonna put
watching
my
the
shirt
Sir
on the
Yacht
feeder
things, I've been
point
getting a lot of food videos
Yeah?
online. Yeah.
What'd you say, Mike?
Are you going to put my shirt on a cedar plank and
Maybe. Dude, look at this guy with a serrated knife cutting up this sushi. I mean, it's incredible. The marbling content on these salmon are great.
The marbling content.
It's the fat. The fat is the marbling.
I know what marbling is.
God, it's great.
Marbling is good. It's
I just
important.
get home and I listen to fantasy football podcasts
Great.
and watch
Now we're gonna
people
get a
cut
hate-
sushi.
Now we're going to get hate email. All you guys talk about is fat marbling and salmon.
That's true.
It is what we
If I
do.
wanted to watch the Food Channel, I'd turn it on my TV.
On one ear, I hear Fieldy Yates talking about Chuba Hubbard and whether or not he'll be able to run the ball for Carolina this year. And another eye, I'm looking at David Uderback cutting up a bunch of salmon. It's a great combination for me. I love it. Speaking about the Panthers, you find a
fascinating life, man.
He does.
Yes,
he
he
really
does.
does.
have you
That's
found a
a great
Panthers
point.
bar, Connor?
No, I haven't even looked. Where would I
It's
go?
it's actually a street corner where there's one guy. There's one guy sitting there
Everybody knows
drinking a
your
Colt
name.
45 out of a paper bag. That's the Panthers
He's
bar.
got two paper bags, one over the Colt 45 and one on his head.
Check it out. They got to have groups for this on Facebook. Panthers fans from
Yes.
Omaha.
Yeah, I will.
No way, by the way.
My neighbor has a Panthers flag. It's still among the... Schaefer, tell the people about my neighbor with the Panthers flag.
Yeah, so I show up to Happer's house for a event that he's hosting that none of you were invited to.
Wow.
None of you have small children. You wouldn't have wanted to go.
I mean, it was there booze.
Oh, was this like an indoctrination
We
of
would've
small
gone.
children to become Panthers fans?
Well,
I
Dash
can't
Schaefer.
believe you took
Look,
Hudson.
Josh and I could have gone together, and I would have been Josh's small child.
He would have been. Matt, get over here. You're running around too much.
You wouldn't have fit in the house.
Get off the shed!
Oh, he hasn't.
Damn it,
that much
McMaster's
weight.
dragging mud into the house again. Get off the shed!
It does not look like, by the way, there's a Panthers bar in Omaha. I want to get back to this flag story, though. Or was the story
All I
done?
was going to say is that, if you listen to the morning show at all, Happer hasn't
Great show.
had a usable address since he's basically moved to this new location. And so he tells me that if we put in the address and we try to go to his house, it'll send us to the wrong spot. And I'm driving down the street and I see a Panthers flag. And I was like, Connor's never told me he's had a Panthers flag. And then he's standing outside in the back of his house drinking a beverage while the small children play and other people mill about. And I was like, oh, there's a Panthers fan that lives in his neighborhood, like right behind his house. It was quite a wild thing to learn.
Yeah, me and the
That's
other.
amazing.
Was seeing that Panthers flag, Shafe, as shocking as it is when you run across that one guy who's dragging the Confederate flag off the back of a pickup truck?
I like how you say one guy when I've seen far more of that in Omaha.
Way more. Way more. I've seen that so many more times.
Target, anywhere in Omaha, and you'll find a flag, pickup truck with some flags,
Okay.
hanging off the
Don't
back.
tread on me.
Yeah. That'd be a good poll question. What has more? Don't tread on me flags or Panthers flags?
100%
Don't tread on me. That's not even poll question.
All right, well,
question.
let's put a handicap on this.
I was going to say, I didn't know Steve Smith Sr. lived in Omaha. That's the only way there'd
Why
be a
would Steve
Panthers.
Smith Sr. have a "Don't tread on me" flag?
No, I didn't say that, John. Pulling a Peterson over there.
By the way, somebody asked, is there a Dallas Cowboys bar in Omaha? So I Googled it. There is a place called Beer City.
Yeah, you're going to need to drink a lot of beer watching the Cowboys.
All right.
that's
The
for
Bears
sure.
are the NFC North version of the Cowboys. Settle down. It's at 41st and L Street.
We've actually
That
been.
was in loser.
We've actually
Damn it.
we've actually been to the NFC.
He's done.
Got him!
Happer's producing.
Let the man talk. I'm the producer.
Maybe
I
I'll go
hate
check this
this.
place out. Maybe
I
I'll go
hate
check
this
this
so
place
much.
If
out.
Happer actually was a producer, he would insist upon having those lighted orange flashlights that the people on the tarmac
Well,
have.
remember the old
Your turn now.
paddles?
Your
Remember the
turn now.
paddles that we used to have that said 1 minute on one side and 30
Yeah, what
seconds on
happened
the
to
other?
those?
I think Nick took them home.
I think if Happer were my producer, I
Spankings.
would have those, like the little kids have the green card, the yellow card, the orange card, and the red card. I feel like Connor would just pull my tab throughout the day. You're on an orange. You're treading on light water.
Shave, have you discovered the Vikings bar here in Omaha?
Where's that one?
I don't know of any Vikings bars. I know there's a Packers bar that I've heard about, Danny.
On 72nd, right?
Yeah, I
Yep.
don't know of any Vikings bars. I don't think there was any in Lincoln either, so I'm not really
That surprises
not really
me.
sure
Yeah.
that I've lost any by moving cities here. And as at least Josh knows, I prefer to probably watch the Vikings away from society as much as possible.
Well, yeah.
We are among the very
Particularly
few
last
that have
year.
gotten to watch a Vikings game in person with Mike Schaefer.
You watched a few with me, and I think I'm undefeated when I've watched a few.
Except for when you played the Rams and
Yeah.
if John is invited, the
That's right.
the
If I'm
Vikings
there-
lose.
If I'm there, the Vikings lose to
My
the Rams.
favorite-
That's right.
so-
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Twice.
Last year we watched the Vikings Lions game, which was right after a big life event happened for Mike Schaefer that sucked.
JJ McCarthy's greatest
Yes.
success story.
He was
Worst week
laughing.
of my life at that point.
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
much eye
Not a
black?
great week for me, but
Yeah, I walked over and Shafe, I was like, whoa, is this like problematic? He goes, no, it's eye black. It's totally fine. Call me 9. And so I had to call him 9 the whole
I
day.
just told you not to post any photos of me on social media.
Yes, yes. And then we also watched Shafe. Remember the Bills game in 2022 when Justin Jefferson had like the greatest catch of all time?
Well,
The worst part about that is it followed up with
Cowboys, Packers.
header day for us. One of the worst Cowboys Packers game ever.
Blew a 2-touchdown lead.
Just a
Lost in overtime.
Atrocious.
That was the year that every receiver dropped the ball.
That's
and
right.
they would just get
In Lambeau,
intercepted. Oh, I
yeah.
was so pissed. McCarthy showed up with the Vince Lombardi getup.
Oh no.
He wore the
Good
big.
God.
He wore the big coat. That's how he
Well,
showed up. And
every
then they
coat that
lost.
guy wears is big.
Okay,
I mean,
no shaming, Matt.
no, I'll shame that guy. That guy
Wow.
sucks.
Wow. Yeah, well, down with the Steelers.
I don't know if you're allowed to shame Mike McCarthy when you've never had a coach who's better than him.
Oh,
Mike Ditko is a better coach than Mike McCarthy.
Whoa, I don't
Get
know
outta
about that.
Get out of here.
That was all Buddy
Get out of
Ryan.
here. Get out of
Nice.
here.
That was Buddy Ryan.
Too much sports. I want to talk about Elsa on mac and cheese. That's what I want to talk about. I don't want to. After I rewatched the crossover yesterday, and I was icked by me yelling at you about the Cleveland Bears. I don't want to relive that today.
Cleveland Bears.
I had multiple people in my life talk to me about that yesterday.
Well, according to John's hypothetical, they are.
Indiana. Oh, I guess
Well, yeah,
that's right.
I was
yeah.
just throwing because
I don't want to do it. I would rather talk about me screwing up bowling than talking about the Bears in Indiana.
We should talk about this.
We should.
what?
I'm willing to do.
Produced.
I will do.
Nice job, producer.
Consider yourself. Thank you, Nick.
Consider
You've
yourself
been
produced.
produced.
In the summer, before the
You
College
need that
World
on a
Series,
t-shirt.
Matt reached out to me and said, "Hey, I want to do a bowling night after the College." But
that's
he
right.
wanted to do it before the College World Series. Like, we should do it after because John wouldn't be able to come before. He's busy. And if we do it after, it could be fun because it's like a celebration of the end of this big event. Now, in the end, we did go have steaks. So, like, we did have a fun time. But then it was going to be, okay, we'll do it to kick off the football season.
And the thing was like friends and family as well.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you know,
And
whatever.
so-
be a big old bash.
Everybody in the group chat responded and said I could come except for John. He was like, I don't know if I will be able to go. But everybody else was in. And so then Matt never responded, and now bowling is canceled.
We can re-up bowling.
It's too quick. Soon now it's 2 days away.
Why? So
I'm
what?
house sitting now. I agreed to house sit because of this.
I feel bad because I don't know.
You
I
should
just
feel bad. You organized the entire thing and then ghosted us.
yeah, that's a good call.
That's a
Happer.
great point.
Yeah.
I got asked to go on a bar crawl and
Unreal.
you know,
I
I
found out something better to do. That's what happened.
Yeah, you just replaced it with so you don't have to.
But John, the whole point was that we would all be together, and so I wanted John to be there.
John
and then
wasn't
it
going to
just
be there
seemed
anyway.
John doesn't come to Omaha for stuff.
and then it kind of fell through, and then
It's
I
gotta
was
be a
like, you know,
weeknight.
she was like, there's gonna my friends are gonna be there, and I was like, oh, that's great.
if John,
you know.
if you want John to come, it has to be a weeknight event. Weekends are just too hard for him. He lives so far away.
I know, but
You're
they're.
down for some weeknight bowling.
I'd be down. I don't mind a little
I
Thursday night bowling.
I feel
Well,
bad.
maybe instead we should just expand the Wang Nachos universe. And
and
because
I've
Connor's
never
never done one.
wanged
and
we
we
my
can maybe
nachos.
finally invite Stibbs because he's never been invited to one of these either, and he always is
Yes,
triggered
he
about
was.
it. Was he?
Kids went to the Wang Nachos that was held at Caddyshack.
Yes.
That's right. When
Yes.
Patrick Mahomes
When
got
Patrick
injured,
Mahomes got hurt. That's
Yeah.
right.
That,
And the Broncos still lost.
and the Broncos still lost.
How do you
Yeah.
wang nachos?
You get together and you eat food and you make jokes and you watch football.
It's usually a
Put some
Thursday
Wang on 'em.
night, and we watch football.
Yeah.
Produced.
Too much slap yo mama, though. You're not making the nachos.
Who has the biggest basement if we're going to a house, or do we just go to a bar? Well, if we're inviting if we're expanding this, we might have to go to a sports
We
bar.
have to go public.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because then we're bringing the producers.
How are the
and everybody.
stockholders going to feel
or
about
we just
this?
invite ourselves to Mitchell's house and we sit out in the driveway like
I'm
we
not
did.
going to Lincoln.
Yeah, that's. Too
I've
far
never
away,
heard
John.
you call him by his last name. That was
What are you
weird.
saying, Shafe?
Maybe we can find an event space to partner with, and then we can bring in our own food.
A bowling alley. What if we did Wang nachos at a bowling
It would
alley?
fall through 2 days before.
No, I would see it through because
Shafe,
John's going to be there, and that was the point.
Shafe, what if we went to that one place that you and I did a radio show ahead of March Madness a couple of years ago? We did the radio show there, and then we had a watch party afterwards, and we invited listeners
That
too.
sounds fantastic. I like that place.
Oh,
I think
over there, yeah.
They might
McMaster.
sponsor one of our things that we have at this
One of
radio
our
station.
things.
We love that.
Oh yes, we
You
love them
would-
very
and
much.
You would love that because that'd be like a $5 Uber.
It'd be a $5 Uber,
Yeah.
and
And you
I'd
could
be,
bet on games and probably
hit
lose your
me,
shirt.
hit me, hit me.
All right, now we got to find a Thursday night game. Are
I'd-
the
I'd be
Rams
like-
playing the Vikings again this year?
I request that we don't have the Rams on.
I do think that they play each other.
Oh my gosh, could
Do we
we?
play each other again?
Is there a Panthers?
Oh, good
Oh,
question.
never
Let me look.
mind. No, it's not NFC West, NFC North. The
I didn't think we matched
Now
up.
I have a pick. I have a pick, Shafe. I know for sure one of us could not come, And that is because he will be at Lambeau Field for Panthers at Packers.
That's right.
On Thursday
That's,
night
yeah,
football.
that's right.
no.
Joey can't go.
All right, let me look at the Monday night schedule.
I won't be there.
Proprietary information that no one knows.
Oh, wait, was I
Really?
not
He
supposed
has-
to say that? Oops.
No,
Shoot.
Joey has said it 4,000
Okay.
times.
Yeah. If
okay.
we went to that one place that sponsored, this radio station, it would sound like I don't think you could tell whether or not I'm there or I'm at a political protest because I'd just be yelling, "No kings, no kings, no kings."
Amazing.
The
Monday-
That's a terrible setup. Producer, you should have
Yeah,
canceled
turn
it.
on the mic again.
That was good. That was a good one.
The Monday after.
I think, by the way, real quick, anytime that we have,
wasn't good.
anytime,
It was great.
Anytime that we have to use the dump button, there should be a sound effect attached to it that just is Connor yelling, "Dump!"
I love this idea.
That way, everyone in the audience will know. Oh, they must have said something bad.
So the Monday after John returns from Las Vegas with Connor Happer and maybe others, the Panthers are on Monday Night Football, but I can't imagine you would want to do a Monday night hangout after Thanksgiving. You'll be ready to go home. So that'd probably be a little bit tough.
Why
If we
not
wanted to watch a Panthers game, but that's just the
Well,
Panthers.
I mean, what do we got earlier in the season? What's the first
What would we rather
regular?
do?
What's the Thursdays are better,
Thursdays
right?
are more fun.
Don't we like Thursdays
I
better?
love Thursday Night Football at a
Lions
casino.
at
Yes.
Bills week 2, September 17th.
That'd be kind of fun.
Nick could root against the Bills. Nick, how fun would
Oh,
that
I
be?
may wait.
Plus Schaefer and Joey and Matt
I
would
gotta
all
look
be
at-
rooting against the Lions.
I got to look at my calendar.
That might be fun.
I would love to do Lions Bills. That
I
sounds
am-
like a freaking blast.
Oh, I'm clear. I'm
free?
good. Yeah, I'm free
All right.
because that's the week I'm doing.
I might be okay. I might have a thing during the day that day, but
Ooh.
maybe at night,
Okay.
I
which
won't.
is when
Wow.
football happens.
Are we
That might-
tentatively
That
already
might
Produced.
work. That might work.
This would
Okay.
be awesome. Because seriously, 3 of the people that work here hate the Lions.
God, I
and
can't
Nick
stand
hates
them.
the Bills.
And I love the Bills.
And I love the Bills.
I
And
love Josh
John
Allen.
just likes chaos.
I love the Bills.
This is like the
I'll
perfect
just,
game.
I'll just sit back and just it'll be fun.
We can crack jokes about the Bill Stadium and how the views are terrible.
Oh.
This
Yeah, we could all make tweets saying we can see this game better than most of the Bills fans.
bingo.
Hey, John, if you
Lock
want to
it
be a
in.
real mentor of mine, you'll sponsor me when I play Baccarat. How about that? You just give me some of your
No,
Some
I'm
of your-
not giving you anything.
give me
I'll-
some of your
I'll-
cheddar. Let me play
I'll-
Baccarat.
I'll sponsor you at Gamblers Anonymous.
By the way, Odson just said, I said it earlier and I'll say it again. Happy New Year.
Dump.
Happy.
Is this the largest crossover that's ever occurred?
By far. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. This is a great. It was actually a great idea by
Well,
Josh to call you.
How many people were involved in the infamous Connor chicken nugget challenge crossover?
Yeah, Alyssa was here for that.
Alyssa was here for that.
We only added
and Nick was involved.
and Odson.
Oh, Nick was not involved.
You
That's
weren't
right.
there.
Nick was dead.
Oh yeah,
He
Rob,
died of
you were
COVID.
there. R.I.P.
Uh,
Nick.
Odson was there.
Yeah.
So we only
I think this is the biggest. We have a
five.
guest on the phone. This
We have a
is
guest on the
this is
phone.
the first time.
I don't know why he's still here. To be honest with you,
Yeah.
Schaefer, you've been on the phone for 20 minutes.
I mean, so what is he doing? Watching the Guardians game? And there's plenty of other good things to do.
He's
than
planning
that.
watch parties with his friends.
Honestly, this is just a throwback to every unsportsmanlike conduct interview I've ever had. 20 minutes for that.
That's true.
Wow, this is like the old days, Shay.
This is true. We did
Yeah.
keep him
By the
up
way,
for a
Joey
while.
just hopped in the
Not.
chat and he says definitely not week 3, week 2 it is. So Joey is in. Nick, are you in on this? And all right, and
All right,
Odson-
I'm out.
Odson keeps saying Happy New Year, so I have to imagine that means he's in.
Yeah.
All right, now we just got to figure out where we're going.
Well, I
Seriously, we
like
should-
the first. I like that idea.
That idea,
Yeah.
that would be awesome.
Brr, 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 brr.
All right.
By
We
God.
could probably work with them to get our own little section,
Mm-hmm.
and then we can invite people. Hell, who knows? Maybe we could sell.
I think
Maybe
That's a
one of
great
us
idea.
could deal blackjack.
Maybe one of us.
Yeah.
could.
Produced.
Skip says, "Fine, I'll go." And then
Stips
Odson
will
sa-
go. There we go.
And then
We
Odson
got a
said
party.
send calendar invites. All right, I'm
This
going
is
to
what
make
you
an
do
event.
when you go on vacation. You plan your next vacation.
Yeah.
This is what we
Yeah.
do. We have our golf outing tomorrow, and at the golf out prior to the golf outing, we
We're
plan
planning our next
Now-
gathering.
Now, okay, before we depart here,
Yeah.
how is the crossover working tomorrow? Are you guys joining us tomorrow?
This is a great question. Yeah, what are we doing?
Interesting question, Schaefer. Would you like to add any?
So I think as long as we have our MC duties done, as we are the
What?
host of this golf tournament,
Right.
How far is it?
because we need to award the prizes and everything. I assume afterwards.
Well, I thought.
Then I assume we'll head over to the Phoenix after that.
Oh,
But
I thought
that's happening at the Phoenix.
Yeah, I thought all of the prizes were being given out at the Phoenix.
So everyone's supposed to leave the golf course to go to the Phoenix.
I believe
Well, yeah,
That-
we're feeding them.
It's
and
only
all.
like 2 minutes away.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm not entirely sure how clear that's been made to the people that are golfing, but we will
Classic.
pass that along as often as possible.
Shafe, this is a
tomorrow.
surprise. We're
Very good
usually
show.
great at communication.
Yeah, but we'll do a big old crossover with all of us.
Awesome.
Like
Okay.
that?
That sounds fun.
All right.
Yeah, I guess we kind of blew our wad a little bit early, didn't
So
we?
much for
No,
that
we
nap.
didn't. No, because we planned in another
That's true.
event
Tomorrow's
tomorrow.
just chat.
Tomorrow we'll talk about too much
There's-
slap your mama or
Yeah.
whatever that is.
There's got to be a 0% chance we'll have enough mics to do that. But
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We're good, says Nick Grimm.
We're good.
He says,
Produced.
I guarantee it.
Dump.
Happy New Year.
Happy New
Bye,
Year.
Schaefer.
Bye, Schaefer. Good to
See you,
talk to
Mike.
you, friend.
Thanks for the call.
You're welcome.
Phone
Go
off.
Guardians.
Call dropped.
That was awesome.
Phone hung up.
Produce.
Now, here's the thing I'm most excited for.
Why are you Nixoning right now?
Listen, here's the thing I'm most excited for. When you guys take a break, you say the show's coming up next, whatever happens after that.
That's-
Because I'm about to show you guys something that you've never seen before.
Oh,
Listen, I'm
What do
going
you-
to tell you this much.
Certainly that Nick has never seen before.
That Nick has never seen before. Oh,
Yeah.
this
Oh my
ought to be
God.
a lot of fun.
Yeah.
By God, the third
mean,
man's
It's
about
an
to
old
walk in.
producer's trick.
Honestly, if you, as long as you don't say Matt Ruley on the air, I think you're going to be good.
No. Matt Roulet. I'm Matt Roulet. I'm the famous artist Matt Roulet.
Oh, yeah. I forgot to show you the
Oh.
Photoshop photo. I guess it came in after the show yesterday.
It was during the show, I think.
Was it? Okay. I have a photo of Matt Rue.
Here,
Now I
Matt,
want to call him Matt Roulette in a hat.
Matt Roulet.
Roulet.
How do I say? It's not your story to tell.
I think I bumped the chat earlier not that long ago.
Where did
Hey,
you
remember that
Here
Las
it is.
Vegas Bowl? I surrendered.
11:44.
wait. I take a third quarter timeout. I'm Matt Roulet.
Oh, that looks pretty good.
Look.
AI.
AI.
Oh,
Produced.
AI. Connor's going to be the best producer we've ever had here.
This is the best segment we've ever.
God, it took Connor 5 minutes to create a gimmick as a producer. That's incredible.
Fight says odds of hot mics through the commercial break are set at 80%. Good luck to all of us.
Everything after the break goes is the next producer's job.
All right, perfect.
All right, well, let's find out what this exciting thing is that our producer is about to do.
Awesome.
The Grum starts next on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Pretty sure I've never seen anybody sad at a Whataburger
Except
one person.
Nick, you weren't there.
I know. I've heard the story though.
The look on his face.
Oh, it was
All-time
priceless,
moment.
Priceless.
All-time moment.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
That's a good point. I've never seen a sad person inside a Whataburger.
You should have been there.
I was in Chicago.
You were in Chicago.
It was a day indeed.
You don't want to miss
Almost
out on
one-
bonding time, Nick.
Almost 1 year ago to the day.
I saw My Chemical Romance, and that was cool.
I heard somebody say this, John. I wonder if you agree.
Yeah.
That the calendar, and again, we know why. Labor Day is as late as it can possibly be this year.
Correct.
It is September the 7th. But that everything feels kind of weird where this feels like the week 0 week and next week should be the week 1 week. But because Labor Day is so far away this year, we're still in the throes of no football to be played. No football to be
Nebraska
played.
didn't play week 0 last year, did
No.
they?
They didn't, but they
Okay.
played on a Thursday, so they still kind of started. early.
Okay. I was wondering why it felt like they did week 0 2 years in a row.
They actually that's the thing. They only played week 0 twice, but it did seem like they played earlier than normal multiple times because they did have a couple Thursday games in there. Plus then there was COVID, so that was weird. Nebraska rarely has normal Saturday starts anymore. This year they'll have one at 11 a.m. on
At 11
September
a.m.
5th. Wow.
Uh,
11
what-
a.m. What's
what-
wrong, John?
What
going
date? What date is this Wang? No, is that,
Oh no, are you already having to cancel it?
No, but it's
Did I send the wrong day? The 17th of September? Isn't that what I sent it for? Did I send it for the wrong
I have
day?
no idea. Let me look.
Okay. Joey, I just got the response from Joey that he is attending it. Oh, wait, I did.
Oh, no,
I sent
you
it
sent it for tonight.
Yeah, I sent it for tonight. All right, I'm going to alter the day.
Pray I don't alter it further.
I need you to alter it further.
I'm adjusting it. There we go.
Yeah, I was
It's the
going to say
17th.
because I had just.
My bad.
I'm still getting used to this whole.
That's me. I never do things.
transitioning over.
I never do
to
calendar invites
Gmail.
on Gmail, so that's why it was all weird. I apologize.
All right, so what do I do? Delete this one?
No, I updated it, so it should be okay. So it should update on your own calendar for you. Look at that. John and Joey have agreed to attend. Wow, this is going to be awesome.
Did I agree to? Oh, there it is.
Nick, are you going to agree to
There
attend?
it
Doing
is.
it right
Click
now.
the accept button.
There
Nick.
it is.
Yes.
Wow, awesome.
Technology is our friend.
Schaefer did invite me to Wang Nachos a couple of years ago. I just couldn't make it work because I
Which one was
couldn't
that?
drive to Lincoln. I don't remember which one
Well,
it
it
was.
was the last one we did.
Oh yeah. I
The
guess.
Thursday night game.
The Thursday night
Yeah.
game 2 years ago when the
there
Rams
was the face mask.
when the
that they
Rams
didn't
kicked
call.
the crap out of the Vikings
Kicked the
and
crap. Wasn't it
didn't
like a
have
6-point game?
didn't have any controversy at the end whatsoever.
No controversy. None at all. None at all.
Well,
What's up?
it's a Thursday,
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
and here's your crumb down.
Awesome.
What ends first, the humidity
Mm.
or the stupidity?
Humidity.
Nice.
Humidity.
I don't
It'll
know,
be
man.
winter and the stupidity will still be going on.
I don't know, man.
What's going on? You think humidity could end before stupidity?
No.
Or you think stupidity could end before humidity?
I don't know if the humidity's ever going to end.
No, it'll end on December 1st. It will not be humid that day. It'll be cold and
I don't know.
not humid.
We'll see.
Not
Don't
humid.
you think it's interesting how it's not humid in the winter, even though there's more water on the ground than any other time of year when it is humid here?
Wow, that's pretty crazy, Nick. I don't know about the science behind humidity. I don't know about it.
25 teams today. We're talking about Texas.
Mm.
Chip Brown of Horns 24/7.
Nice get
Yeah.
Nick.
Preview Texas.
Nice get Nick.
Robin Washit will be here.
I am going to ask him a question that people keep asking me. Why is Nebraska not interested in bringing back Jamarcus Lawrence? Is there something there? I'm going to ask him the question because I don't have the answer. I don't know what's going on.
Mitch Holtis report. It's Emmett Johnson Thursday.
Oh, you better not say those 3 words after that.
Emmett Johnson Thursday?
No, the other 3 words. You'll get to them in a couple of dots.
We're going to get you some fuff.
What? What are we getting?
Fuff.
The preseason? Okay.
I don't care.
Those were the 3 words. Don't you dare say it's Emmett Johnson Thursday followed by those words. Okay.
I wasn't going to.
Did you see what Nick did last week?
No.
So Mitch couldn't join us live, but he was kind enough to send us a
Emmett Johnson Thursday.
So it finished, and he was like, "See you later. This is Mitch Holtis," and then he went right into "I don't care."
I don't care.
It was very funny, Nick.
Harsh.
It was very funny.
Thank
Good
you.
job by you, Nick.
Portal madness.
Is this
How
the stupidity?
Perbula or I still don't know how to say this dude's name.
Pribula.
Could have been a Husker.
Sounds like a type of bone. You know, you got your femur, your fibula, your probula.
Wow, I don't think you're wrong there, Nick. That's pretty good.
How many games on the schedule should be an upset or would be an upset?
What does that even mean? I look forward to you expanding on
Bowling Green, I think, is my top one right now.
it. Nick, you are such a monster. He is going to peacock on that Monday if that happens.
Yes,
Oh my
absolutely.
God.
He
100%.
would never. You know how I always bring up how I correctly
Yes.
picked this first Super Bowl to go in
Yes.
overtime, and then it did go to overtime.
Yeah, if this happens, we're in big trouble.
I still peacock over my Georgia Southern prediction.
And sports in 2026, robots and lasers.
Okay. Well, it is Thursday after all.
Robots and lasers.
Okay.
402 951 1620.
Great sponsor.
Prairie Flower Casino, who
Oh,
may be hosting us.
they don't even know it,
They don't even know it yet.
but they may be hosting us.
They may be hosting us for an impromptu. Well, I guess it's not impromptu. It's basically planned a month ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Wang Nachos,
Mm-hmm.
featuring the entire zone.
Wow.
You can also text on that line, 402-951-1620.
We've gotten some texts.
Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed is at USC 1620.
Nick, to go back to your humidity question, John writes in, cold air does not hold moisture very well.
Oh,
There you go. That's why it's not as humid in the wintertime, even though there's snow on the ground.
good to know.
Yep.
I'm not a scientist.
You're not a Scientologist?
I
That's
disagree.
good.
I think you are a Scientologist. You believe in Zimu.
Yeah, that's true.
Zimu, the name of the spaghetti thing?
Isn't it? Isn't Zimu the thing or is that a character? Let's see. What's Zimu?
While you're looking that up, you can also email the Grum into the Equitable Bank Zone inbox, John or Josh at 1620thezone.com, brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. And answer the phone on the first ring. Well, you know, speaking of
Xenu is the alien.
The Bowling Green game,
Yeah. Uh-oh.
another ticket deal has hit the program.
Mm-hmm.
The Family 4-pack. See, I suggested yesterday if they wanted to dump off all those tickets and preserve the sellout streak, they could just give all of the unsold tickets to us, and then we'll give away family 50-packs. the whole week. In fact, we can start now if we want to get ahead on this.
Kenneth says, that's my joke, John. What the hell? Yeah, he might have stolen. Did you just steal Kenneth's joke?
What, family 50-packs?
No, not that one. The other one about something has hit the program.
Yeah.
He did steal that.
Yeah.
Credit where credit is due. That's a Kenneth joke.
But yes, now the 4 tickets and a $40 concession voucher for only $160.
That's a pretty good deal.
So if you do the math,
Tickets are what? $30?
the tickets are $30 a piece,
Uh-huh.
and then you get $40 towards concession.
See, now, okay, so I'll say this, but they've had ticket deals where the tickets are $25. So why don't you just do that and
Ooh,
then
that's a
spend
good point.
The better thing would be if the food voucher was you get more.
Yeah, the ticket, you should get more in concession vouchers.
Yeah. Yeah. They should
Because it should be, or the price of the deal should be $100.
and then you get Yeah,
So
and
it's $100. So the tickets are.
that's what it should be. It should be $100 and you get $40 in vouchers.
Yeah.
That's what it should be. Yeah, this is just like, okay, well.
Yeah, this is not that good a deal
Yeah.
compared to the deals they've already thrown out.
Back to the drawing board, Nebraska.
Back to the drawing board.
I bet they did it on purpose and hoped nobody would do the math.
Yeah, seriously, because you realize, wait, they're selling tickets for $25 right now.
Well, I don't know if those deals aren't going on anymore, are they? Did they?
I don't know.
expire?
Maybe, yeah.
They may have expired on that.
It's like when you see those deals where it's like 1 for 10 or 2 for 20. It's like, wait a minute.
Scott says, "Cool, you can buy a popcorn and a bottle of water." I mean, that is true.
Almost one beer.
$40 in concession vouchers.
Half a runza.
Yeah, it doesn't go as far as it used to, John.
Maybe you could get like 6 Val's pizza slices.
Honestly, a bottle of soda, a popcorn, and a runza.
That's gonna be more than $10, right?
That's probably gonna eat up at least half of that $40 concession voucher.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I appreciate that they're trying. This isn't that good a deal.
Yeah,
Doesn't seem like they're trying too hard.
They need to. I think we need to revisit this idea.
Yeah. Again,
the family 4-pack should be $100. Then they throw in
the
$40 concession voucher. Then we're talking.
It feels a little scammy that they're doing this for the Bowling Green game too.
Why? Why is that?
Well, because they're overcharging for the tickets for Bowling Green.
Well, I mean, so you're saying they should do this for Ohio
overcharging.
State?
Technically,
Yes.
These are way cheaper than normal.
Yeah, the normal ticket price was around for the Bowling Green game was probably in
$50 or $60.
$50 or $60.
Yeah, so it is
So,
cheaper.
I mean, it is cheaper, but when you compare it to the other sales that they have had, yes,
that's true.
But
But
more expensive.
I assume they don't want to do it for game one because it's game one, and then the other game you can't really
Cole
do it.
Swindell?
Yeah, because there's a concert afterwards that many people want to see. Apparently,
And I'm sure Swindell gets a cut of the.
John will be there. John's not leaving that night. He's
Actually,
saying, "I'm staying right here."
No, that's the night I'm filling in for Odson on Overreaction.
You're
so
gonna
I
do
won't be there.
Big Swindell overreaction?
Well, no, I'll be at my house.
You should do Overreaction live from the concert
Yeah,
outside.
John. Do it from backstage. You got some pull.
Yeah, I was going to say do it from the field, Nick.
Oh.
Or the concert's in the background. It would sound awesome on AM radio.
That would, you know what? That'd be awful loud, but I suppose
It'd be pretty fun.
Sorry, Russ, I can't hear your phone call right now. Cole Swindell's doing a song about pickup trucks.
Lane writes, it's almost like the athletic department is trolling their own fan base at this point in regards to football.
I don't know if they're trolling. I just think they need to revisit the sale. That's all.
Yeah.
Sale.
Nice, Nick. Good reference.
Well, either way, I mean, again, they're trying.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, they are.
They're trying.
Yeah.
It's all you can do at this stage.
You can. And you know what? Good luck. Kenneth says, I would not pay more than $5 American to attend that game. Travis writes, the American dollar is weak. The euro is much better. Would you pay $5 American or €5 to go to that football game?
Good question.
What would you do, John? I don't have
Probably $5
Euro.
American dollars if the euro was stronger.
Yeah, I don't have any euro with me right now.
Before we go to break, yesterday about this time, I think it was when we were talking during the crossover, how Big Cat from Pardon My Take is winning all of these 50-50 drawings.
Yeah.
Have you seen the latest thing that Big Cat is on the verge of winning?
No.
Remember the Akron gimmick a couple weeks ago where if you buy season tickets, you get in a drawing to call plays?
Yeah.
He's one of the finalists.
This feels suspicious.
He bought like 18 season ticket packages and is donating them
to actual Akron fans.
And now he is a finalist to be the person to get to call the plays.
I mean,
Akron.
it would be very good for their brand, you know. It
Sure.
would be
I
very
mean,
good
it's
for
nice. I mean,
promotions.
he's got the money, so he's donating the tickets back.
Okay.
So the school's still making their cheddar, but
Very
some
interesting.
Some lucky Akronites,
and he could call the plays,
are going to be able to watch Akron football.
I can't wait
It
to
might
find
be
out.
the Akron green carpet experience, blue carpet experience.
I wonder if that game, what channel the first game of the season is on for old Akron. Is it on the Plus? It's on the ACC network against. Oh wait, no, it's their first home game, right?
Yes.
Robert Morris. It is an ESPN Plus game at 2:30 Saturday, September 12th. That game will probably have the most viewers an ESPN Plus Akron game has ever had.
Probably
in the history of sports.
Probably
history of sports.
One program that will not be showing up on ESPN Plus.
No,
at least their games.
Yes, at least exclusively
is
their games.
Texas. Longhorn Network's dead, right?
Yes. When they joined the SEC, it went away.
That's a shame.
Yeah, it really is.
It's a real shame.
Mhm.
Chip Brown's going to join us from Horns 24/7. We're going to preview the Longhorns and see if they got a shot at winning a natty
All right.
on 1620 The Zone.
bomb by Bulliam, and Niblett's back near the 23. Gets the sideline. Niblett! He's gone! Touchdown, Texas! Chapin facing pressure, trying to get out of there. He can't! Texas ends the game with an Ethan Burke pressure. What a miracle win at Mississippi State for the Texas Longhorns in overtime.
Manning takes off running, throws on the run, very close to the line of scrimmage. Caught in the back of the end zone where Ryan Wingo, touchdown. Early running back. Manning faked it to him, hit as he throws, touchdown. Emmett Mosley. The 93-yard drive ends with Manning's third touchdown throw.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grubs.
Man, we used to get so many people mad at us if that song would ever play on these airwaves. It's amazing what about 15 years of being separated will do for a relationship. But yes, Texas, 25 teams and 25 grubs. And joining us in the Prairie Flower Casino video stream today, Chip Brown of Horns 24/7. Chip, how are things?
Oh, man. I mean, everybody's just counting down the days. A lot of excitement, a lot of anticipation, Arch Madness, Cam Coleman. We'll see what happens.
Was it just too much too soon for Arch Manning? And is this really the year where, everything we expected last year, it all happens this year?
For sure. I mean, last year, it never felt right, that he was the leading Heisman candidate going into the year. The guy had 2 starts, but more importantly, he had 8 other guys around him who were going through it for the first time. The 2024 team had 10 key contributors who left, and including 4 on the offensive line. So last year, it felt like this is wrong. And I said last year, I thought they'd lose to Ohio State in Columbus and they'd beat them in Austin in 2026. So, all the things that were being said about Texas last year when they were the preseason number 1, you can apply this year. Arch Manning, they put a lot around him. He's been through the fire, and we'll see what kind of progress he's made. It's time. There are no excuses. I wrote today about, Quinn Ewers, his second year as the full-time guy. He went to Alabama and played elite football, threw for 3 touchdowns, no picks, beat Nick Saban by 10 in Tuscaloosa. That's where Arch is right now. So let's see how much progress he's made and if he can lead this team.
Chip, where do you think that progress is going to show itself, at least early on in the season? Like, what are you going to be keeping an eye on to say, okay, he has been able to do this versus maybe it's still coming along a little bit?
Well, last year they couldn't run the ball. I mean, if they didn't have 2 200-yard rushing games to end the year, and a lot of that was because of Arch running, they would have had their worst rushing season since 1944.
No.
And that's why Steve Sarkisian went all in this offseason to make this offense more explosive. Went and got offensive linemen, went and got 2 elite running backs, in Raleigh Brown from Arizona State and Hollywood Smothers from NC State, who had been committed to Alabama, and Cam Coleman, the top receiver in the portal. So they've got the dudes now. And then you go get Will Muschamp as the defensive coordinator. He's got Colin Simmons, arguably the best pass rusher in the country. They bring in Raheem Biles, the weak side linebacker from Pitt, who led FBS in defensive touchdowns last year. They've got a lot of guys and they've got depth. I just keep saying it. There's no excuses this year. Obviously, it's a tough schedule. You're playing Ohio State week 2. You're going to play 8 straight SEC games to end the season, 3 of them on the road in November at Missouri, at LSU, at Texas A&M. You got to stay healthy. They're working through that right now with their left tackle, Trevor Gooseby, who suffered a bone bruise on Monday. It's it looks optimistic that maybe it's only 2 to 3 weeks, but we'll have to see. And then, can this team run the football like Steve Sarkisian's planning on and stop the run with Will Muschamp at the controls?
Chip Brown of Horns247.com joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone video feed as we preview Texas in 25 teams and 25 grums. And you mentioned Smothers and Brown. These were guys who were both alphas at their previous stop, now being brought in together at Texas. How do you see the carry split between these two as Texas does beef up their running game?
Yeah, and that's the key word, split, because Sarkisian was asked, do you want one guy to be the lead guy? He said, look, Raleigh Brown and Hollywood Smothers, they didn't come here to back up the other guy. They're both going to play. They're both going to play a lot. And I consider them, co-RB1s. And they are high make you miss guys, real twitchy. And part of that was because they didn't have make you miss guys last year, and they didn't have the offensive line to keep defenses from getting into the backfield and hitting these guys, a yard deep in the backfield. So they went over the top to make sure, that they've got guys who can make you miss from point blank range, just in case there's breakdowns on the offensive line. So it's going to be really interesting to watch. Both these guys can catch the football as well. That's a big prerequisite in Steve Sarkisian's offense. So, they've got guys. I mean, you look at Ryan Wingo, who his numbers are weird because he had 54 catches, 834 yards, 7 touchdowns, led the team in drops, and had the worst contested catch rate on the team, 4 of 14. 22 of his 54 catches happened at the line of scrimmage or behind. And so it was all bubble screens. And, now that you have Cam Coleman kind of clearing out for everyone, for the running game, for Wingo and for Emmett Mosley, this is going to be Steve Sarkisian getting into rhythm with Arch Manning. They did not get into rhythm as play caller and quarterback really until, week 8, 9 of last season. And Arch Manning, Steve Sarkisian wanted Arch Manning to lead last year, and Arch said, I got to earn it. Well, he didn't feel like he'd earned it until, winning at Mississippi State in game 8, and then, bouncing back and tearing up Vanderbilt in week 9. And he played real well down the stretch, 11 touchdowns, 1 interception, 3 big rushing touchdowns that helped break open wins against Texas A&M and against Michigan in the bowl game. And so he showed he can put the team on his back at the end of last year. Now they need him just to be the best game manager possible. Just get the ball to the playmakers. You don't have to do everything, and that should calm him down some too.
Chip, you mentioned Trevor Gooseby a little bit earlier. It's been hard to find any sort of information, which I know is exactly what Sark was wanting from this situation. Have you heard anything, like any read on exactly how long this could result in him missing some time?
Well, I talked to a source who said they're optimistic, hopeful that it's on the optimistic side of that timeline, 2 to 3 weeks. So, we'll see. That would put him back in time for Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
But these bone bruises are tricky. They can linger. And so we're just going to have to see, but that they're hopeful that it's not a serious, it's weeks rather than months.
Chip Brown joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone video hotline as we preview Texas in 25 teams and 25 grums. You mentioned Will Muschamp. He's back, so it's like he's taken this long, circuitous route. He's come back to the 40 acres. What do you think, with all this talent that he's going to have assembled, is going to be his toughest assignment this year as defensive coordinator?
Well, he's been a secondary guy. He was a walk-on safety at Georgia. And the secondary is, they lost their All-American safety, Michael Taft. They lost, Malik Muhammad, who looks like he's going to, maybe start for the Chicago Bears at corner. And so they brought in Bo Masco, a transfer from Rutgers. They've got a guy they love who's a rising star in Cade Phillips. Kid's got a 6'6" wingspan, can run. But those are new faces. They're learning a new defense. They've got a stud safety in Jelani McDonald, but Will Muschamp is going to make sure that secondary is in order, because that's really what led to the dismissal of Pete Kwiatkowski and bringing in Will Muschamp, because there were times last year where they had brought in Dwayne Akina as the secondary coach. You had disagreements in game on the headset about what coverages they should be playing. It showed on the field. I mean, there were breakdowns that hadn't been happening. And so Steve Sarkisian, when he announced that Will Muschamp was coming in, he said, this is, he's the head coach of the defense. It's going to allow me to really focus on the offense, and I'm not going to have to babysit on the headset in game. And Will Muschamp, having covered him when he was at Texas from 2008 to 2010, he's just an outstanding defensive coordinator. I know, he said, I have no desire to be a head coach anymore. What drew him to Steve Sarkisian is the fact that they both coached and won national championships under Nick Saban. He likes that Sarkisian does a lot of defensive-minded practice, like half-line pass and, drills that really help the defense in practice. And so Muschamp hasn't called plays in 6 years, but he's got a lot of dudes. I mean, he told Colin Simmons, I'm going to move you all over the place. We're going to make it hard for them to find you. And Colin Simmons led the SEC in sacks last year and really was pressing through the first 4 games. He didn't really start to get going until game 5. He had more penalties than sacks through 4 games. And so, there was just a lot of stuff that was going on at the beginning of last year, offense and defense. And so they've got to pick up where they left off at the end of the year if they're going to have any chance of beating Ohio State on September 12th.
Chip, you mentioned Simmons. I wanted to ask you about him, given that he was able to have 12 sacks, even with what you just mentioned. How good can this guy be in 2026?
Man, I remember we were at the Swamp, and suddenly Colin Simmons is just jacking guys and, shedding them and playing the run. And that's when I said, oh, Lord, because this guy, now he's putting it all together. And I asked him about it today, and I said, what was the key to that? And he said, F it, go jack bleep up. And so he's become a really violent player and really fun to watch because he's slippery. He's got a lot of tools. He can, just speed rush you. He can, speed to power. And if they're going to move him around and let him shoot gaps, I mean, this will be really fun to watch because they've got a lot of variety on the defensive line. They went and got Ian Gaffard from Arkansas. He's 375 pounds. They went and got Zion Williams from LSU. He's 370. And Muschamp likes having that big nose tackle, the 2-gapper who can, command the double team, free up the 3 technique, free up the linebackers to shoot. He loves the A-gap and double A-gap pressure, just like Kirby Smart has used to torment Texas the last 3 meetings with the Bulldogs. And so I think what you're going to see from Will Muschamp is an incredibly aggressive approach. He's not going to blitz. He's going to bring 4, but they're going to come from wildly different places. And then, he's just harped on the fact that they have to stop the run, which they did a good job of under Pete Kwiatkowski. So, if they can run the ball better than they did last year and stop the run, they're going to be in every game because they've got depth on defense and they've got playmakers. So, this is a no excuses year. This is a go for it year. There's no question about it. And, it's potentially the last year of Arch Manning, last year of Colin Simmons, last year of Cam Coleman. And you got to get something out of the Arch Manning years. I mean, because the kid is tough. He's tough. He's a winner. And I think he's starting to put it together.
I wanted to ask you about that, Chip, because you've been covering this program for a while. And so you have seen seasons where coming in at this time, August 20th, where the expectations were national title or bust in the 12-team playoff era. Maybe it is getting to the game or bust. I wonder how you compare the expectations and feeling of, if not now, when this year compared to some of those other years, because it does seem like this is one of the few schools this year that is going to have that ultra high, you better win it all, or what's going to happen next question kind of pops up with them.
Right. I mean, I totally agree. I mean, it was easy to see in 05 with Vince Young and all the NFL players on that team that they were going to be in it. And then, Colt McCoy, 2008, that was the better team, not the team that played for the national championship in 09. And, they dropped an interception at Texas Tech that cost them, and they lost the tiebreaker to OU, even though they beat OU. This is the best team since that era, without question, because you've got guys holding each other accountable. You've got that player leadership that, they know, the players know in 103-degree heat that they're building something that could be special. And they also know that the schedule is unrelenting. So, I think people are picking Notre Dame and Oregon to win it all because their schedule is more manageable than Texas is. And Steve Sarkisian got bit by, the schedule last year. There was no forgiveness for the loss to Florida, even though they went to Ohio State and played them close. And that was frustrating for him. We'll see if that Notre Dame series stays on the schedule in 28 and 29, based on how the committee, views this season and what Texas does. So it's interesting times. It's changing so fast. It's kind of a mess, but college football has always been kind of a mess. So, we just ride it out and get ready for the season.
Chip Brown, who's been covering the Horns for years over at 247.com, horns247.com. Chip, we appreciate it. Thanks. It should be an awful lot of fun. Cannot wait for that week 2 matchup, as well as many other games on that Texas schedule.
Well, tell Matt Rule Chip Brown said hi. Loved
that.
We will.
Loved covering him when he was at Baylor, and great guy. Hoping the best for the Huskers this year.
All right, Chip, we
Chip.
appreciate it. Thank you. Chip Brown of Horns 24/7. That Ohio State game last year, it was only one game, and it certainly did not eliminate Texas from the conversation. But it felt like two things happened that day. It obviously derailed Arch Manning and this coronation to the Heisman, which everyone thought he was going to win. I mean, it really hurt, his chances, even though he played well in the second half of the season. The narrative was already set. Too much hype. He was not that good. He's not as good as what they say.
It was a kind of a fight against that than the rest of the year.
And it also felt like the same thing with Texas, too. Again, even though that game did not eliminate them from the national championship race, it still kind of felt like, because of the perception of Arch Manning and how it took a turn south, that it really kind of beat Texas twice.
Yeah.
Just that one game.
Well, plus it was literally one extra loss. And so the margin of error was way down, where you thought, okay, if they lose one more, that would be probably the max.
This feels like, really for both teams, but probably more for Texas, given that both teams have a really tough schedule this year. This feels like a must-win game.
The Ohio State game?
Yes.
I could not agree with you more.
This feels like a must-win game, especially for Texas, maybe also for Ohio State, given the degree of difficulty that both teams are going to face. And by the way, tomorrow, Tim May, our favorite laugh, will join us to talk about Ohio State. But this game, I know we have often complained about, as much as we expand the playoff, it's going to make some of these games feel diminished down the road. But at least for one more year, this feels like one of those early September games that almost feels like an elimination game.
So I would obviously I wouldn't go that far, but I would say the margin of error is going to be a whole lot slimmer for the loser.
I mean, we've talked about Ohio State's schedule.
But,
We'll
so
certainly talk
you're
more
saying
about
because
tomorrow.
the schedule is so much more difficult.
Yes,
That's fair. Yeah,
yes,
because
because
Texas has Tennessee, OU, Ole Miss, Missouri, LSU, and A&M, and those are just the ranked teams.
Yeah,
not
they
all
got
of them
Tennessee,
will be ranked.
and then an open day, then Oklahoma.
Yeah, so think about that. Their first 5 games are playing 3 top 25 teams.
Now they will
as
have
of now.
They will have essentially it's really 4 home games in a row because Dallas is like a home game for them.
At least split.
Then Florida, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, but then the back half of the schedule you got
3 road games
at
and 4
LSU, and then at Texas A&M 2 weeks later. So 3 out of the 4 games in the month of November
On the
will be
road.
away from home.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that they have more pressure on them than Ohio State does. I think that Sark has a lot of pressure on him right now. I think he's a good coach. I think what he has put together, I think he has made this program tougher. I think he has made this program spicier in like all of the good ways
agree.
in the years since Mac Brown. That said, they have a hump to get over. They made the 14 playoff and they lost. They made it to the Final Four a couple years ago, but they lost to Ohio State. Like this is the year that they need to, in my opinion, get to the national championship game. We talked about the top 25 earlier this week. I think Ole Miss is not going to be as good as their preseason ranking is. It would not shock me to see Oklahoma not be as good as their preseason ranking. Let's see what's going on with Tennessee and Missouri. I think that 10-2, you're good to go. And I think this is the year that we get a 3-loss regular season team to make it to the playoffs. So maybe they would have a little extra wiggle room, but you don't want that if you're Texas. You do not want to have.
Well, and the one thing, and
don't put it in the committee's hand.
And this would go for any team in the SEC, given the schedule balance now. Nobody is going to be able to afford a loss like Texas's loss last year to Florida.
No.
They're not going to be able to afford it. Obviously, Texas couldn't afford that last year.
Correct.
But given that you got that extra SEC game and some of these schools are playing 10 Power 4 teams, it's going to be it's more than likely, and you could probably say this for some Big Ten teams as well, it's going to be the team that avoids that kind of stumble because you're going to have a couple of mulligans.
Mm-hmm.
But if you've got to avoid that kind of stumble, a loss like Texas had last year to Florida, because if you don't, you're going to be left out.
100%. And that's the thing. I get it. If they don't play Ohio State and they play Akron, they win that game, they're 10-2, they make the playoff. I understand that. But what really bit them was that they lost to Florida.
Yeah.
And that's a team you can't lose to.
No.
You know, it's okay to lose to Ohio State. It's okay to lose to Oklahoma. It's okay to lose to Alabama. It is not okay to lose to Florida. It is not okay. They don't play Georgia, though, this year, by the way. They don't play Georgia. They don't play Bama.
They don't play Georgia
and
Bama.
They have not beaten Georgia yet, of course. And so if they are to see them, it would most likely come either in Atlanta or in the college football playoff.
All right, coming up next, news on Texas's biggest rival. Also, got another email in regards to the sellout streak.
Okay.
That we can get to. Robin Washut will join us as well. So we will be back. And a reminder that you can right now register for your chance to win a trip for 2 to see the Nebraska-Oregon game in Eugene, brought to you by Woodhouse Auto Family. We're going to get you tickets. Plane to and from, not your own plane, you'll get airfare. Hotel room and $150 in spending cash. So if you would like to register, do it right now at 1620thezone.com. And just to make things more interesting. Just to make things more interesting, we're going to give you a bonus entry right now.
How do you get it?
By calling Nick at 402-951-1620 and telling Nick, hook 'em horns.
Oh, awesome.
See, the good news is only he will hear it. So just make sure you're not around any friends or family.
Good call.
But if you call Nick and say, hook 'em horns,
he'll give you a bonus entry.
You'll get a bonus entry. See, you're getting rewarded for saying something that normally in mixed company you would never say.
Yeah, don't say that out loud.
Yeah.
Nice.
1620 The Zone. Man, I found out today.
What's up?
The soccer season's already begun.
Yes, I heard about this on the morning show, the Premier League.
No. I was talking about the college soccer season. Creighton's women. Creighton men
I've
open
seen
tonight.
this a ton. Yeah, they've been tweeting up a storm lately.
Crazy, man. It's already started.
Well,
It's
the
only
Premier
April
League.
the 20th.
Premier
What?
League.
Is that the shortest turnaround from a big event to the start of the season?
Soccer season is crazy long.
I felt like the NBA was really quick.
Crazy. No, yeah, soccer is way worse. Way worse. It ends in like June and then starts in August.
And that means volleyball's right around the corner.
Yeah, Nebraska plays 1 week from tonight. I know is their first match.
Yeah.
Now it's an exhibition, but it's one of those NIL $1 million exhibitions.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's the one at
I forget. Well, is the first one in Jerry World, and then there's the one in Vegas. They're all over the place.
I have no idea. Remember,
I'll be at Wrigley.
Nebraska's playing everywhere. And Creighton, by the way, today was picked unanimously to win the Big East for the 13th time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Big East,
This
everybody
is
else.
the sixth time since 2015 they've been a preseason unanimous pick. And, of course, Rob Anderson always has a stat for everything. The first 5 times it happened, the Jays win a combined 85-3 in league play.
Wow.
Find somebody who loves you as much as Rob Anderson loves stats.
Yeah.
He's a natural at
Tough
it.
look for your wife.
He's really good. I love her as much as Rob Anderson loves stats.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay. I just want to make sure, Nick.
Speaking of numbers,
Yeah.
Brent Venables is counting his numbers today.
Mr. Lunchables, as I call him.
You have to explain this to me. What is the purpose of this? Why are they doing this?
Well, they're extending him by 2 more years at an average of $10.5 million a year. So it adds 2 more years to his current contract. It now goes through 2031.
I don't get it. Who are they competing against right now? Why are they adding extra years at the end of his deal? What's the purpose of this? Beyond their agent probably strong-arm them.
To lock in a college football playoff coach.
Congratulations. Am I too hard on old Brent Venables?
No.
Good. Thank you. I don't think I am either.
I think more of Venables than you do.
I just don't think he is a good program builder. I think certainly he is shown to have a really nice defensive mind. I do not think that he has a ceiling of a national championship. I think last year is his ceiling. And so far, they have been on a roller coaster. Yeah. In his 4 years, I believe, they have had 2 6-win seasons and 2 10-win seasons. Yeah. I think that so like his ceiling has been way higher than Matt Rule's. His floor has been about, so far, kind of Matt Rule's ceiling. But I just think he's a little too inconsistent for me so far. A little too inconsistent.
Even though everyone's out there, digging under every couch cushion and
that's
scraping
the thing.
for change everywhere in college sports, the idea that these coaches and these coaches' agents still have these schools bent over a barrel is just incredible to me.
Yeah, that we spend all this time, a couple years talking, well, they're not going to be able to have these contracts anymore, and I hope that those agents have enjoyed it because
that's not true.
Nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed.
Again, the part that I'm confused by, I get it for Cignetti and Indiana for them to say we got to give this guy the world, and they do.
But that's different.
He won a national championship
at Indiana.
Exactly, it makes sense. This one and the DeBoer one, and I guess I will throw in the Rule one. I don't understand those extensions because I guess with Rule there was Indy or Penn State maybe wants them, even though I don't really buy into that. Let's just pretend that that's true. DeBoer and Venables, what guys or what programs are really making hard pushes for them? Was Penn State really going after DeBoer last year? And who's going after Venables? And so, I feel like you as an Oklahoma program now, I think that you are punishing yourselves for no reason. They're a couple of bad seasons away from having to say, "Whoosh, can we buy this guy out?" I just don't understand the purpose of this.
I mean, you would think he still had 4 years left.
Correct. And it's not like guys stay in college that year.
You could have certainly burned a couple more years to see what happens. And you take the chance that he does take another step and Oklahoma becomes even better, which then for you, great. Oklahoma's back, top of the world.
Yeah.
Is that going to raise his price tag? Absolutely. Does that make him possibly more likely to go somewhere else? Maybe. But that's a price you should be willing to pay. So why are you buying an expensive insurance policy today for something that you know is going to be hard to obtain. Because that's essentially what they're doing. They're buying an insurance policy today that Venables does explode and takes Oklahoma to the next level, and now you've got him at a bargain.
Yeah. But is that likely? How likely is that?
But especially given the 9-game conference schedule and just how much more difficult things are going to be. And hell, by the time we get 2 years down the road, we're probably going to have a stupid 2014 playoff.
Yeah.
Which is going to make it even easier. It's going to lower the bar even more for teams to make a playoff.
By the way,
you really don't. I mean, these types of extensions, unless your name is Cignetti, unless your name is Kirby Smart, unless you're a guy that has been there and done
Ryan
that,
Day.
unless you're a guy that has been there and done that, is absolutely pointless.
6 and 7.
There are other coaches out there.
6 and 7. Thank you, Nick. 10 and 3. 6 and 7. 10 and 3. Those are his 4 records. They have finished ranked 2 times. Those were obviously the 10 and 3 years. They've been below 500 in the SEC twice. I just don't understand it. Like, let's see.
I don't either.
Like you said, maybe they have a great year this year, and it's another year of building, and they are continuing to progress. And you say, okay, look, they got him at a bargain. I do not really know how likely that is. And maybe they'll be more of a middle ground this year. Rather than a 6-win team, they'll be like an 8-win team. Instead of a 10-win, they won't be an 11-win team, but at least they won't drop off that hard.
Brian writes, I think they do this stuff to get the recruits the idea that they're going to be around.
Why does that matter anymore?
Look at Nebraska's insurance policy with Rule equals if we suck this year, don't worry, we've got the 27 class coming in, but it doesn't matter as much anymore because why? You got the transfer portal.
Well, not to
now.
mention, let's meet this on its merits. Okay, the 27 class, you come in and you, in theory, could play for 4 years. Well, guess what? His original deal before they extended him would have taken them to their senior year anyway.
Right.
And again, most of the guys are going to transfer. So it's like, what's the purpose of
exactly
doing this stuff?
So the idea
it's old school mindset for no reason.
We might lose our recruiting class. Yeah, so what?
Yeah.
You bring in the next guy and he goes and becomes the portal king or the portal prince, and you can rebuild just like that.
And Brian says, then why do they do it, Josh? Why do they extend these guys? It is because of that. I just disagree with the agents do such a good job. They are incredible negotiators.
They are still winning every battle with every athletic director at the table. If I'm an athletic director right now, I would try to find a way to unionize.
Seriously, we have to stop doing this, guys.
Or at least, come together and go take negotiating classes.
Yeah.
Because you guys are getting taken.
Yeah, seriously.
You're getting taken right now. Because there's only a couple of guys, really 3. There's Smart, there's Day, and there's Cignetti. Those are the guys that should have all the negotiating power. Everybody else, take your damn chances. Especially the ones you've already got locked up for the next 4 or 5 years.
Incredible.
Because there's always going to be somebody else out there. And the bar is going to be lowered for qualification for the playoff. And the only reason I'm not saying this because I'm an anti-coach or I don't believe there's other great coaches out there. But if you're going to be going out there scraping under every couch cushion and looking
threatening
for pennies
to cancel
and
sports,
exactly, and crying poor and doing all this other stuff. Yeah. Well, here's a way you can save yourself some money.
Millions, in fact. Millions.
You don't have to extend coaches who haven't proven they're worthy of an extension.
And yet they'll keep doing it.
Especially when you've already got them on the hook for the next 4 years. Coming up next, we will talk with Robin Washington.
Lovely.
Of HuskerOnline.com on 1620 The Zone. Man, I Hey, look at your stupid Mariners.
Hey, go Mariners!
You know, they could do me a favor and actually beat these bums just once.
Hey, there's multiple outs remaining. They could do it. It could happen.
Highly unlikely.
Mm.
Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com. Hello, Robin.
What up, Robin?
Hello.
Did you get swept away by the floodwaters apparently in Lincoln? It seemed like I tried trying to drive home yesterday, and 84th Street was closed off because they had so much water on it.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I did not. I stayed inside just because I really didn't have anywhere to go, and I just felt it was good to keep it that way. But
You don't just like going outside and dancing in the rain?
Yeah, so, oh, wow, looks like it's going to flood. I better hit the road. No, I didn't do that, but I saw all the reports of standing water and warnings to when you see water covering a road, don't drive over it. So I was in the right spot, apparently.
Isn't that amazing? We still have to tell people, hey, if there's like a rushing water in front of your vehicle, don't drive through it.
Yeah. Well, you know, there's a lot of unnecessary or warnings that feel unnecessary, but are unfortunately very necessary.
Agreed.
Where we are right now.
Robin, I want to begin the conversation like I begin every August conversation by talking about basketball.
God, you're going to be kicked out of the football union.
Have no fear, football union. We'll be asking football in a moment. I just want to ask one basketball question.
Okay.
And Robin, I know we've talked a little bit about Jamarcus Lawrence, but I've had a lot of people in my life asking me lately, why are they not bringing him back, or at least appearing to bring him back, where it's like this kind of a stunner, right? He was very important to what happened a year ago, and this team perhaps could level up again if he returns. What is it about the makeup of the roster or the makeup maybe of the dollars and cents of it all? Why are they seemingly not interested in having Lawrence come back for another season if this whole extra year stuff does ultimately prove to be true?
Yeah, I mean, it's multiple answers in that conversation, and it's, you know, I don't know if it's one thing above the other, but pretty much all the things that you listed are part of the reason why this reunion's not happening. For one, it's the timing of it, where, you know, we're already late August, and, you know, the idea of throwing a guy in, albeit a multi-year starter who is as familiar with your system as anybody out there, like, so you wouldn't be overly concerned about the transition, but it's more about not as much on the court, but off the court. Nebraska built this roster under the assumption that Jamarcus was not going to be eligible. And they brought in guys to fit roles and play minutes that were seemingly left behind with Jamarcus's departure. To suddenly change that and say, hey, you know, I know we're going to start official fall practices next week. We're going to bring in a 2-year starter that's going to immediately command 25 to 30 minutes a game, and everybody else just kind of has to deal with it. That's that's a risky thing. You would, you know, I guess the ideal scenario is everybody kind of takes it in stride and welcomes the competition, but all it takes is for one player to get upset about going from, you know, playing 20 minutes a game to 10 minutes a game because of that move, and it disrupts potentially all the chemistry that you've spent all summer working to build to try to replicate kind of the perfect storm that you got last year in that regard. So, I mean, that's part of it. So there's timing of it, the fact that they already kind of had pigeonholed those minutes to other guys. And I think they also feel good about the roster that they have in place, that they didn't feel like an overwhelming need to bring in a player like Jamarcus at this point. And then the money part of it. Like, Nebraska spent a lot of money to retain the guys they wanted to retain. And they spent a lot of money getting the guys from the portal that they brought in. And I just personally don't know how much even would be left over for Jamarcus right now. I know he told me himself that money was not going to be a deciding factor for him in this situation, but you also don't want to insult the guy and, you know, say, hey, you know, we're going to pay you less than, you know, some walk on or whatever, like, just because we don't have any money to give you, especially when he can go theoretically somewhere else and make a lot more. So, I mean, it's just a lot of unfortunate circumstances that kind of kept this reunion from happening. And I always go back to, if all this stuff was happening in May or June, then Jamarcus is probably on the roster right now. But the fact that it kept dragging on, and the fact that no one still, even now, as guys are committing and entering the portal and all that, nobody even knows if they're going to be eligible. I mean, come September, when that Protect College Sports Act hopefully gets voted on, it could make all of these injunctions moot, because the federal level is going to say, no, we're sticking with the NCAA, and the NCAA has been very firm about not making those 2022 fourth-year guys eligible this season. So it's a kind of a issue of a chaotic mess that college sports are, and I think Nebraska ultimately, just with all those things being said, decided the juice wasn't worth the squeeze to take that on right now.
Robin, the word coming out of training camp has been continued positive when it comes to the offensive line. Obviously, we knew coming in there was going to be 3 more experienced guys. Then you bring back a guy like Justin Evans, who is being, mentioned in pretty high terms. I mean, there's a potential for All-American honors this season, certainly all-conference honors this season, something that hasn't happened in Nebraska on the offensive line in quite some time. And then you get the news that Gunnar Gatula is right there in the mix with Babalati for right tackle. Is it possible? I know every year in the offseason, we're always looking at position groups, and last year I was certainly guilty of pumping up the offensive line, but that they actually may not only live up to the hype, but could be better than the hype, even the most optimistic hype.
I mean, it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility. This is a group that has given a lot of reasons for optimism all offseason, starting with the hiring of Jeep Wade, and then the portal additions, and then the development of, obviously Evans being the forefront of that discussion. But now, like, you add in like a Gunnar Gatula, who's suddenly, starting to, get back into the form that made him a guy that, albeit injuries kind of led to it, but a young player that got thrust into the fire right away. And had it not been for injuries, who knows if he would have fared better. And so a guy that, a lot of people had written off, all of a sudden he just has gotten better and better every day, to where now it's a real conversation about that right tackle spot. And if Gunnar's able to give one of these incoming transfers, who Jeep Wade earlier this summer said himself was brought in to be a starter, that would be a pretty notable development. And what I especially like about the group is just the depth kind of across the board, where you feel good about their top group, but then you have several players that are starting to get some buzz around them that give you some reassurance about the depth. The 2 right tackles are both kind of on par for the starting job, but then you hear things like Gibson Pyle has been one of the biggest risers of all fall camp. And so that's kind of been, I think, a big holdup with Nebraska's offensive line, is the development has been so few and far between, that these young guys that come in with these lofty expectations a lot of times don't play out. And you're starting to see the development really take off, even if it has just been one off season. It's been nothing but encouraging with that group. And if they can get that offensive line rolling, that is the biggest domino of all that could fall, because everybody gets better.
Robin, you just said that Gatula has been one of the biggest risers in camp. Who do you think has been the biggest riser? Or do you have like a short list of guys that you think today versus 3 weeks ago when this thing started, that you think everybody involved in the program is feeling a whole lot better about?
Yeah, Gatula's in that conversation. Obviously, Jeremiah Charles, I will put him in there. To be determined who ends up winning that other cornerback spot, but he was another guy that I think a lot of people kind of either dismissed or forgot about, and now has put himself in position where he is right up there at the top of the conversation for that other starting corner spot. I would say, I'm trying to think of some other guys. Quinn Clark, I put him up there. Every time anybody mentions him, it's nothing but praise.
Yep.
And you look at him with just his size. I mean, the eyeball test, he looks as good as anybody out there, and that's a good-looking receiver room. So he's in that discussion. Yeah, I'd probably limit it to those. And then, on the offensive line, I mentioned a guy like Gibson Pyle, too. Like, he kind of came out of nowhere a little bit the other day when Jeep Wade without hesitation, mentioned him as one of the guys that had really come a long way from spring to this point in fall camp. So that's encouraging. I've long said that development has been one of the biggest hurdles for Nebraska football for far too long. And when you're hearing all these reports at multiple positions of guys that were already in the program getting better and finally making that jump, that's where really building a program takes off.
Robin Washut joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline from Nebraska's On3, HuskerOnline.com. What, there's been talk, and it's not official yet, but there's been talk that maybe the second scrimmage will be scrapped, or at least there won't be one. How much of that do you think is just a product of today's college football versus more about what Rule thinks of his team at the moment?
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what they do. I guess we'll find out Saturday when we talk to Matt Rule next. But I do think that might be part of it, that it's off seasons have never been more different than they are right now in terms of your normal routine. And the fact that there is so much money involved, and the just whole concept of roster management is so different than it was even 5 years ago. Maybe that is part of it. But I'm also curious too, I still imagine they're going to do something, and it might just be more situational work. Maybe what he meant by that comment was they're not going to go a full, 100+ play scrimmage at this point in camp. They're going to focus more on red zone work or short yardage or 2 minutes, that sort of thing. Maybe more special teams emphasis. So I think that they could still have a productive scrimmage, even if it isn't your typical second midway point of fall camp scrimmage that we're used to being kind of the real big one in most fall camps. But I guess we'll learn here in a couple days what exactly the plan actually is. But if they do decide to change it, I'm sure there is something to the evolution of college football and the way that you handle your roster, and the fact that you don't have as many guys on your roster than you did. Maybe that's playing into the level of physicality that they want to put these guys through before they even play their first game.
Yeah, and Sipple posted, was it earlier today, Robin? It seems like they did something yesterday, some sort of work. Maybe it wasn't a full-on scrimmage. What did he describe it as? Scrimmage action on Husker Online.
Yeah, they put out a video. I think last night they did something. There's some clips of what looked to be fairly scrimmagey type plays that, so maybe that's how they're doing it. Maybe instead of just one big massive scrimmage, they're doing, bits and pieces here and there throughout the week, and then maybe focusing more situational on Saturday. I don't know. This is all just guesswork on my part, but it certainly feels like it's a different approach than most fall camps that we're used to.
Robin Washut, HuskerOnline.com. Robin, we appreciate the time as always. Have a wonderful weekend, because we only have a couple of these left before we're now working every weekend.
I just saw the basketball put out a thing, 50 days until the first home game at Pinnacle Bank Arena. So now that countdown is on as well. We got football around the corner, and I was kind of just struck by how close we are to basketball season as well. So sports are coming back, and I can't wait.
Folks! What?
You should have seen, Robin, after he pandered to you and the basketball audience with that first question, you should have seen the look on his face, the look of actual disgust on his face when you mentioned the countdown to basketball.
I just don't want to count down to it.
And by the way, we have video now, Josh. People can now see it.
They can. There's video of it.
50 days.
Wow.
Prepare yourself.
Consider me prepared. Consider me prepared.
All right, Robin. See ya.
Bye, Robin. Look, I'm excited when football's over. I'm excited. The Creighton Nebraska game will be fun. They're doing something down in Missouri. I think they're playing Missouri.
Did you just hear Josh? He said he's excited when football's over.
No, I will be excited. That's when I will get more excited for hoops. But right now, I'm in football. Josh says that Josh is an idiot. Josh, are you speaking about yourself in the third person? That's pretty mean. Got him.
It's also weird. What are you, Smeagol?
Nice. Good reference, Nick.
Thank you. That's Lord of the Rings, John.
I have no idea what you're talking.
Will I pick it for movie club tomorrow?
Oh, wait a second. I feel like we're being. I
love the shadows in this, by the way.
I feel like we're being too timed here.
What?
So we're watching this Brewers game against the Mariners.
Go Mariners!
They're going to switch. They're going to
Baseball!
switch back here to the center field shot in just a moment. Hopefully, the advertisement is still up.
Oh, what's it for? Is it for 1620 The Zone?
Oh, is it the Cole Swindell ad?
Yes,
I saw it when I was there a few weeks ago.
When is his concert?
So they're doing. Come on, switch the damn camera. Who's producing this stupid game? It's right there. Post game concert next Friday. Cole Swindell.
Is this dude's whole bit?
Is that his gimmick now?
Unreal.
I'm not going to do a normal concert.
I
I'm just
play
going to
after
go in there,
games.
and I'm just going to go in after the game when there's already an audience, and I'll just start playing music.
I told
Unreal.
you a few weeks ago when Paige and I went to go watch that game. I
Your
saw
wife?
the Cole Swindell. Yes, my wife.
Oh.
I'm married. I saw that, but I couldn't get a picture because where we were, it wasn't a really good view angle.
I wonder who else he's doing a post game concert.
Is he going
for.
to Iowa? Is he going to be in Iowa City after one of their games? Is he going to El Assico, Nick, to play after one of those games?
He should be at El Assico.
Absolutely, he should, Nick.
You mean the Cy-Hawk game? Put some respect on it.
I will never. I do like that rivalry.
Coming up next,
What do we got?
we got 100 days to college football.
Whoa, we haven't done that in a while.
It's because
And we're
it's
gonna
over.
and we're gonna launch 100 days to college football
What?
with Powell throwing Nebraska a compliment.
Is he okay? Did he have an aneurysm? Do we need to check on him? I'm
Josh.
asking. No, because he never says anything nice, Nick. I'm worried that something's going on up there.
Well, you're gonna find out.
All right.
You're gonna hear what Powell had to say. He was complimenting the Huskers.
Wow.
On 1620 The Zone.
Great tastes together as we anxiously anticipate another year of college football. So now, Unsportsmanlike Conduct, home of random number selection and inciting dorks to online violence, presents another number pulled out of our collective behind. The program
Celebrates 100 days to college football.
And today, Nebraska got a little love from the 4-letter network and from the 4-letter man. Pow! Feinbaum. So the conversation, the topic du jour, was about Indiana and about repeating as national champion. And Paul Feinbaum is not convinced that Indiana will be in position to contend for a repeat of their national championship.
Sounds like you, a huge idiot.
Listen to this clip. Now he's in the middle of it. I just took the middle part of the soliloquy because it's the only part that mentions Nebraska, but he's talking about Indiana's schedule.
Oh, you sent me an audio clip today, didn't you? I think I downloaded it. I got it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. I'm the worst.
See, people giving Nebraska compliments, and
Classic Iowa
boy over here trying to censor everything.
Classic.
Oh no, we don't want to hear
Nick.
about this.
Oh my God.
How?
But I think Indiana plays nobody in the preseason. We know that. That's a tradition unlike any other in Bloomington. But look what happens in late October. You may say, okay, well, Nebraska's terrible. No, they're not. Matt Rule has done a good job bringing that program back. They have Ohio State, and then they go to Michigan. That, to me, is a 3-game gauntlet that they didn't have to deal with last year.
A 3-game gauntlet that they didn't have to deal with last year. Listen to Paul talking about Nebraska in the same sentence with Ohio State and Michigan.
We're always critical of him by saying he's an idiot and he doesn't know what he's talking about. So, he's just proving that once again. Gauntlet? Would you refer to that as a gauntlet? Last year they played Illinois, Iowa, and Oregon in back-to-back-to-back games. So I would say that that's not true, first of all.
Say that again.
Illinois, top 10 team at the time, Iowa on the road, and Oregon on the road. That was a gauntlet. Certainly the middle two or the latter two games.
Well, they're on the road at Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
And which one of the Ohio State and Michigan games?
On the road at the Big House.
I would say that's a equal to gauntlet.
I would say it's definitely similar. I don't think it's equal, but I think it's similar. I think this year's a tiny bit easier. Tiny bit. Oregon and Ohio State pretty much the same.
As we saw, though,
I don't think Nebraska's as good as Illinois was. Illinois was a top 25 team, though, last year.
They were top 25 at the time, but they
finished top 25 last year. They were top 10 at the time. They finished in the top 25, though. That was a good team last year.
Well,
weren't they 9-4? That's nice. So congratulations. I'm happy that Paul Feinbaum thinks Nebraska's solid. That's cool.
That's going to be it's not a list item, but that might be a game where we start to see some predictions come in about, and
Nebraska.
I've already seen it called a trap game. Would not surprise me if we got
100%. Nebraska will be a pick all week long. Because you would admit.
And I'm not talking about around here. I'm talking about national
nationally.
people. There will be people who will pick Nebraska to win that game.
Because let's have a serious conversation about Indiana for a moment. You would agree there are a lot of people that are quite tired of them. I think you are tired of them.
I'm not tired of it.
You're tired of
the only thing I'm
Cignetti.
tired of is Cignetti chickening out of playing good opponents in the non-conference. That's the only thing. I respect him. He's a great coach. He has proven everything to me. I'm not tired of Indiana. It's just that I don't know if they can pull it off for a third straight year. I think they'll still be a winning team. I just think if there was ever a year where they do slip, this is the one.
Mm-hmm. And so I think because of that feeling, because you're right, it's more about him than it is the program. And I think that there's going to be a bit of wish casting that people are going to have. I bet you're right, though. I bet Nebraska will become a pick, a very nice, trendy look. It's a tough environment. It can be a really hard atmosphere. We've seen good teams go in there before. Indiana hasn't traveled there.
And part of what I'm banking on,
Cole Swindell did a show
Cole
there.
Swindell was there after going to the Brewers game.
Part of what I'm banking on is, man, you think it's hard to climb the mountain. It's also hard to stay on top of the mountain. Repeating is very, very, very difficult. And I think it's going to be even more difficult in this era of college football where there's 100% no restrictions free agency, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's hard enough even when you bring back an entire team intact from a championship team the year before to repeat. And I think some of that's going to be working a little bit against Indiana as well.
Yeah. That said, that doesn't mean it has to work against them in that game. You know, it could work against them in the Michigan game.
Oh, I know. I know. But
by the way, people really loved that, Nick. Jeff says, OMG, I'm laughing my ass off here. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick.
Totally on purpose. I'm glad it worked out the way I planned it exactly.
Hokey Skirt says, agreed with John, but Hoover is a trash can. See, and that's where I very much buy into. Well, look at what they have done with, Curtis Rourke and Fernando Mendoza, guys that nobody even knew their names at this time. The majority of people didn't know their names at the last year at this time or the year before. And those quarterbacks were awesome. And Fernando Mendoza was the number 1 overall draft pick.
I thought Hoover was a vacuum.
Well, he'll be sucking up wins this year, Nick, is what he'll be doing.
Well, of course, because they don't play anybody until after they play Nebraska. They don't play anybody.
I do agree with you, though, John. I am tired of Curt Cignetti just scheduling all these really easy non-con games. Matt Rule would never do anything like that.
Listen, I'm just being consistent. We ripped on Matt Rule and Troy Dannon for that whole
You didn't give
Tennessee
him a nickname, though. You should call him, Cowardly Matt or something like that. Matt the
but there's a
Cowardly
trend
Coach.
now. He's trending. Rule at least isn't
Milquetoast
trending.
Matt.
This is one time. Now, if they start to do this, yes, we can give Rule a
Okay, I
nickname.
just wanna make
but
sure.
this has been a trend now under Curt Cignetti. He is Cream Puff Curt.
No, the Akron.
He is
Akron was
scared
questionable.
of playing good teams in the non-conference. And you might say, well, it doesn't matter. They win the national title. The two things are not connected. And if anything, it's that one fewer game against they ain't even played a decent opponent in the non-conference. Everybody they played in the non-conference has been absolute trash.
That's true.
And so your risk of injury, your risk of getting beat up, you can sit guys a lot earlier. That one fewer game. I mean, it's essentially everybody likes to rip on the SEC for that November, mid-November cream puff game. Curt Cignetti has an entire month of that. And
does Nebraska.
And I know they do. And I rip them, and I'm going to rip him. Just because you win a national title does not instantly grant you everything that you do is gold. I'm sorry. He's a scared chicken crap. I almost said the word.
Thank you for
but he's scared of playing good teams in the non-conference, and that's shameful.
Matthew says Nebraska will be a sneaky pick and then lay an egg, and we'll have to hear Sig talk on game day once again about kicking our ass. Sicilian says John will be eating his words when Cignetti drops 50 in Lincoln.
We can't.
They ain't drop it. Well, if they're dropping 50, Nebraska's going to score at least 30 because, as I've already established, they're not losing by 30 points.
You have said that.
They're not losing by 30 points.
Can we do a dual list item between me and Sicilian?
What's that?
I think that Indiana will beat Nebraska by more than 30 points.
So wait, this is a dual one with you and John.
Yeah, me and John, I guess.
Okay. Because I have that on here.
I thought you said they wouldn't.
No, wait.
No, they won't.
Yeah. And I'm saying they will.
Yeah,
I'm doing the opposite of John.
Yes. Yeah. That's what you said. All right.
Well,
so,
this is my deal with McMaster because McMaster's going to have to paint his fingernails Rams color.
yeah, this was. Were you gone, Nick, when we did that one?
I was.
All right, I can add it though. August
And
20th.
if Indiana does somehow manage to beat Nebraska by more than 30 points, I have to give up poll questions for a month. Oh,
But-
no.
Yeah, that's so stupid.
With the national media hyping up, because I think you guys are right. It's going to be considered a trap game. National media is going to hype up this game. And Nebraska, I think, is just going to completely splat when it comes to this.
Okay.
Sounds about right.
All
Prison
right.
Matt says, what days? I don't care. I want to add non-conference
Oh!
scheduling. Who cares? There's a playoff now. It'll sort itself out. Matt, today is Thursday. I don't care. Nick is on the struggle bus in this segment.
Guys, started the show so strong, too.
Yeah, well,
You
because you
should
weren't
care
producing.
because you want good games in September. That's why you should care.
I love good games in September.
That's why you should care.
By the way, we got a nickname for Rule. I was trying to think of a nickname to the.
So if Nebraska backs out of another good non-conference game,
Milk Toast Matt.
That's good. What do you think of this from Whopper? Mac Rule, as in the conference.
Oh, that's
Mac.
good. That's really good.
It's pretty good.
I do like that.
Mac Rule.
I saw-
We could
I
even
like
change
that.
his name on our graphics. Nick could always have the Mac logo.
You know what?
Yeah.
I mean,
Little Mac
they are
Rule.
playing 2 MAC teams this year, but yeah, I like
I think
that.
we might need to start
I
calling him
Good.
Mac Rule.
I
Mac
did-
Rule.
I did see somebody comment on one of our YouTube videos. By the way, like, subscribe, and comment.
Oh, please do. Yes. Smash that like button.
They said that if Matt Rule wants to keep playing MAC teams, they might as well just move Nebraska to that conference. Could you imagine Nebraska in the MAC?
They might be able to win a conference this year if they were in the MAC.
If
The
they were in the MAC.
MACska?
Yeah.
If they were in the MAC.
Mhm.
Well, speaking of
The
Kurt
MAC?
Signetti,
Oh,
the Athletic did their coaching tiers, not tears as in tears of joy that I'll be shedding when Nebraska only loses by 16 points. To
you
Indiana.
want Nebraska to lose? Classic hater.
Well, no.
Why don't you pick him to win, John?
Fire.
Because that
Matt
wasn't the bet.
Rule.
If someone's going to give me 30 points or 29 and a half points, I'm going to take it.
You are going to take it.
I'm going to take it.
And you did take it.
But this is the coaching tiers, TIERS.
Yes.
And only 2 coaches are in tier 1, and one of them is Signetti, and the other one is Kirby Smart, and that's it.
What do we think of that? What do we think of the top tier only being 2 coaches? Do we think that Ryan Day belongs?
I think Ryan Day is being shortchanged here. I mean, you can't argue with his record. His record is every bit as good. He's just he's one national title short of Kirby Smart.
Yeah, well, literally, yeah.
And he's
he
got
has
the
one
same as
versus
Signetti.
2.
I mean, Ryan Day should be in that group.
So I heard them talking about this on the morning show. I think it was yesterday. And one of the things that I agreed with them on was that tier 2 is way too large. And that, like, if Ryan Day isn't Kirby and Signetti, then he is not James Franklin or Dabo Sweeney or even Kyle Whittingham.
Whittingham,
I feel like, honestly, I think that this list needed an extra tier is what I really do, because I just don't understand this large group of tier 2 coaches: Cristobal, Ryan Day, Kalen DeBoer, James Franklin, Marcus Freeman, Lane Kiffin, Dan Lanning, Steve Sarkisian, Dabo Sweeney, and Kyle Whittingham. It's a hodgepodge. I don't really know. Again, what is James Franklin? What has he done? He's a good coach. He is not in that, like, in the top tier, though. He is not, in my opinion, in the same group as a Dan Lanning or a Marcus Freeman or a Ryan Day. You know, his conference championship is too far in the rear view for my taste to include him on a list like that.
I mean, he was a playoff coach just 2 years
I know
ago.
that's true. But, like, I don't know. I have problems with this game day coaching, like I think a lot of people do. And so I also don't think Dabo is in that tier anymore either.
Right. But I mean, it's really about, what they have done and their success.
But there has
Franklin
to be a
has had
little bit
success.
of recency bias in this thing. There has to be a little bit of it, doesn't there? I think there is. I mean, there is. Signetti wouldn't be in tier 1 without recency bias. He only has 2 years at the power level, but he warrants being tier 1. We would all agree on that. Yeah. I don't know.
guess.
That's it. Should we get to Rule where Rule was?
Well, Rule is still in the same tier he was in last year. He was in tier 4.
Tier number 4, which
So
is
he's-
usually solid. That's what that tier is.
So he's in the same group as coaches like Luke Fickell, the newly reinstated Pat Fitzgerald, Brent Key, Barry Odom,
Jeff Munkin.
Honk,
and
honk.
the
honk.
Well, this should have been the tier of guys who got a big pay raise and probably didn't necessarily deserve one, because Brent Venables is also in this tier.
odd. It's an odd tier. Well, I guess this one isn't as odd, but it's a tough tier to be in because you have a combination of coaches who are on the come, as Bo Pelini would say, and then ones like Luke Fickell, who is not, who is absolutely dropping off a cliff right now.
Yeah. The problem with these lists are there are so many. It's hard to wrangle them all. It really is.
Yeah.
And especially when you like to try to put definitions on your tiers, it does make it a difficult task.
Yeah. You know what? I think I stand with CBS Sports on this one. I like the way that they just do it. They rank the coaches rather than putting them in groups because I think that you find yourself in a tricky situation when you start putting them in groups.
Yeah, but people like tier lists.
They do. I do. Yeah, I mean, they do on the morning show. They do a segment called Power
That's
Rankings.
what the money is for.
Power Rankings with tiers, and I believe in the conference or when the football season begins, they're going to start doing Big Ten Power Rankings every week. And so I do like that. But I don't know. I found in each group, it was like, why is that guy with that guy? Where it just didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And so that's why. But again, maybe my issue with this story is I don't think that there are enough tiers, and I think that you need different ones. To kind of put something like this together.
Josh points out Franklin made it to the semis so dumb that he was fired.
He did. Again, my issue is, I guess, less him and more. I think it's too big of a group. I don't think that he is on the same level as Ryan Day. I don't think that he is in that conversation. Ryan Day is a better coach than James Franklin.
Well, yeah, but Ryan Day should be. I mean, I'd love to know the rationale for having Ryan Day below Kurt Signetti.
Well, he said this. Ryan Day has a national championship, but he's not in the top tier because Ohio State's expectations and resources are so high. His two predecessors also won national titles, and Jim Tressel played for 3. Day has done what is expected of him. A second title to match Smart would move him into the top tier.
Yeah, but this isn't.
So he's being judged off of. It's kind of like you and that whole weather thing yesterday. If it's sunny outside in the summer, you think it would be nice, and then you go outside and it's too hot. Ryan Day is judged because the expectations are too high.
Yeah, but
he hasn't always reached them.
But he's still reaching them.
Is
so
he?
Whether
they haven't won a conference since 2019.
But that doesn't matter anymore. Sad to say, but it doesn't.
Well, I mean,
you got a 12-team playoff. It doesn't. Conference
we've only
titles
had the
don't matter
12-team
anymore.
playoff for 2 years.
I understand that, but even in the 4-team era, it wasn't necessary to win a
most
conference
of the time. He
championship.
got in one time without winning the conference, just that once. It's not like it was a yearly occurrence that they were in the playoff.
Yeah, but if we're going to use the whole recency bias thing,
no, I know.
We're only talking the last couple of years. I just think it's a little short shrift to say, well, they have great expectations and he's matching them. It's hard to exceed them.
Kind of playing off the recency bias thing you were talking about, and Lowdown kind of made me think of this. He says, Dabo, not a great coach in the portal era. Sig is one of the best so far.
Yep.
When we have these conversations in this day and age, should we just kind of erase feels like it's too harsh, but should we just kind of not consider anything that happened before the portal era?
No, but you do have to judge recent years a lot more. You have to weight them, which is why I would not have Dabo Sweeney in tier 2 anymore. He is not in that conversation.
Like, has Ryan Day adapted well to the portal era?
Absolutely, he has. They've won a title in the portal era.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
402, real quick before we go to break and talk to Mitch. Insane to say Brent Venables is in this tier as if he didn't win multiple natties as a DC at Clemson. Look at what Clemson has been without him. This is not about your defensive coordinator chops. This is about you as a head coach. And he's been a 6-win guy, a 10-win guy, a 6-win guy, and a 10-win guy. He's not consistent.
I'll be honest with you. It's Thursday, so I can say it. Lists like this, I don't care.
And yet we just talked about it.
I don't care. I know we did, but it's too difficult to rank them all.
You know what I do care about, though? Mitch Holtis.
Wow. I was going to say Emmett Johnson.
And Emmett Johnson. Emmett Johnson
Now
Thursday.
you can't do it now.
Emmett Johnson. Emmett Johnson, Nick.
It's an Emmett Johnson Thursday.
Thank God.
On 1620 The Zone.
love it because, it's going to be, times where we need to be effective, as running backs in the receiving game. And that's big plays in the football game. I feel like just watching throughout the years, I've studied the NFL, and I know that the running backs that can receive are really dual threat weapons. And so that's something I take big pride in, just being able to run any route. If I had to go out there and play receiver, I will. So anything it takes for the team to win.
The big one, pass protection.
I love it, man. I feel like that's more important to me than running the football or catching the football. Like, I take big pride in that, and I know I got to protect 1-5 and also just give him time in the pocket to throw. It shouldn't be just, he can receive, he can run the ball. I got to be able to protect him. So I'm taking big pride in that, and Coach has been doing a good job helping me with that as well.
That is the familiar voice of Emmett Johnson. And this is the familiar voice of Mitch Holthus, brought to you by Hy-Vee. World's best tailgating begins at Hy-Vee. Proud grocery sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. You've been consistent on this for the last couple of weeks, Mitch, but the element of pass protection. And it's interesting because when the conversations were being had last year and the year before about which of the running backs should be getting the carries at Nebraska, one of the biggest things that was mentioned was pass protection. If they're not doing their job in pass protection, it's kind of defeating the purpose. So I'm curious, as Emmett talks confidently about this, how's it looking?
Well, now they're known as EJTs, on unsportsmanlike conduct.
That's right. Emmett Johnson Thursday.
And people set their lives around it. And honestly, what Nebraska was talking about in pass protection goes up 5 notches in the pros.
Yep.
Because now you're protecting, Patrick Mahomes, and let's see, it's Nick Bonito or Jonathan Cooper or, I don't know, Myles Garrett. And so it goes way up. Now, I will be honest with you, Emmett struggled, and we just broke camp just a little bit ago. Emmett struggled early in camp with it. And it's understanding, it's not just being physical and taking on a block and going and move your feet and hand placement and all that. It's actually recognizing defenses. It's knowing your protection call of your linemen, because they're going to have, one of 6 or 7 calls, and then understanding where you're supposed to go based on the call, the protection call 1 and 2 of the how the defense is playing it. So the great ones understand all that, and so and there's no instant oatmeal. But I would say this, and this is where I think Emmett has made a huge strides in the last 2 weeks, much better at it. But I think it's just repetitions and one understanding the nuances and complexity of the NFL in coverages and understanding where I'm supposed to go and who I'm supposed to get, and then go get them. Don't miss or whiff and get the quarterback killed.
That would be a really interesting question is, because we talk about it a lot in football about the step up in, intellect that you have to have and athleticism that you have to have going from the college level to the pro level. But how much more of pass protection as a running back falls more on the running back shoulders at the pro level than it did at the college level? Because you got a quarterback that can tell you what's going on. You have line calls, all of these different things. But I wonder how difficult that step up is. And is it more a mindset thing than it is anything else, just because the pro defenses and the pro athletes are so much more sophisticated?
And the fronts are more complicated.
Yeah.
And they're going to trick you. They're going to show you something in a fraction of a second, it changes. But if you've studied your video, like getting ready for the Rams, you know that they've done these fronts and these like tricky looks, pre-snap, post-snap. And if you've done your homework, you're like, okay. And you see the front can anticipate it. That's all part of the NFL. There's some of that in college, but not to the level of the NFL. And I know college fans listening are, is it really that different? Is it really that big a deal? And the answer is yes, it is. And so, and again, there's no shortcut to that. And so, but Emmett's catching on. That's the encouraging thing, and that's where he's really made a jump forward. And I'm so excited about him because he's so mature and tough. Now let's also talk here about the mentoring by Amir Abdullah and the fact that Amir evidently, and I didn't know this because I just brought up the comp to him. Remember, we talked about that 2 weeks ago, I think. And he said, yeah, Amir's like taking me under his wing and he got me ready for the NFL, and even while he was at Nebraska. But the other thing about college running backs of the level of Emmett caught 85 passes the last 2 years for Nebraska. And think of all the runs he had.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if he's running it or catching it, he ain't protecting. Okay, so that ratio goes down. He's not going to carry the ball 30 times in the NFL. Saquon Barkley might, but that just doesn't happen. So you've got to be a really good pass protector. And but he's getting there. I'm just fired up about Emmett Johnson, and I'm not just saying that because I'm on with you guys.
Mitch, going back to our conversation about Emmett, a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, and some of the stuff that you said a moment ago about those struggles, the performance in the preseason game against the Rams, we talked about it on Monday. There were yards left on the field. There was a touchdown left on the field because of penalties. Do you think that there has been an additional confidence in his game this week coming off of a really nice performance in his first NFL game?
For sure, and I've seen it on the field Monday through today. I've seen that, and that's a very good question and inference because I thought Saturday and so far in camp it has boosted his confidence. Now, it's the National Football League. He's going to be behind a chopped up offensive line for us. And Tampa's saying they're going to play their ones maybe 3 to 4 series. And Todd Bowles will kind of do this old school. And so now Emmett's facing a new challenge Saturday night because he won't have necessarily the line he had. He's going to be going up against like real Sunday, Monday, Thursday guys and doesn't have all of the first team blockers in front of him. So I think Saturday night's another big challenge for Emmett, but he will go in with some confidence. And, but yeah, I see him moving forward to this. But I talked to Coach today about it. And he said, yeah, that's even the other rookies that we're talking about. And I'm going to dive into all the rookies next week, but it's a big week for Emmett just because it's another step.
Mm-hmm.
But all the magnetic pull, you guys, is pulling in the right direction. That's why I'm so encouraged.
Tough news to hear about Ashton Gelati, who is down with a ruptured plantar fascia.
Oh.
And I know that sounds, anytime you hear rupture, it's like, oh, crap.
And plantar fascia, too.
Yeah, he's done for the season. He's not done for the season, but what's the prognosis for him being available first or second game of the season?
Still waiting on that because when we got that news, and I've seen him with a boot and he's in a scooter, like, when you rupture an Achilles or something, you're in the scooter scooting around. And so I thought, man, this isn't good. But when Coach said that today, we still don't know the prognosis or length of that injury. But you got to be ready for him to maybe, not saying he will, so let's don't get this misunderstood, but you almost have to be ready for him to go in PUP to start the season and then try to get him up and running after the first 4 games. But now you've got to have guys like, we just picked up Emmanuel Ogba back, or Felix Anudike-Uzomah. The door's flown wide open for him. First round pick in 23, K-State Defensive Player of the Year in the Big 12, was the late first round pick. He was injured in the Sugar Bowl against Alabama, so he never really onboarded like Emmett's onboarding in his rookie year. But he's had moments, 3 sacks and a couple of forced fumbles. It just hasn't been there on a consistent basis, and he missed all last year. That's a big deal Saturday night because now Felix is going to start getting some real reps. He'll get his reps and Gelati's reps. And so it's time. And so give us a little look at what you did at K-State your last year there when you were the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year and was a sack machine.
And as you mentioned, Minch, the camp is broken up in St. Joe, which means everyone's moving out of the dorms. Did you sell back all your textbooks?
I did, and I got 50% back. It's such a ripoff.
50%?
That's better than I ever got.
Yeah.
and the one they just stared at me and go, no, we're not printing that anymore. 0. I'm like, well, 0.
Yeah.
And then it was stamped denied. Shawshank reference. Morgan Freeman was in there trying to get a parole. Denied. I'm turning in my textbook for pass protection 101, and they go, we're not printing that anymore. Denied. I got paid $200 for that book.
That's
denied.
ridiculous.
I'm telling you, it's rough.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, you got tenure, man. You've been around a while. They should respect you more.
No, I got nothing. I didn't go to the wedding. I didn't get invited to the wedding.
Oh, that's right. You didn't get invited.
Textbooks. So yeah, I'm really. It's a rough life.
I bet Kevin Harlan would have got invited to the wedding.
Oh yeah. Oh no, he would have done the game or done the wedding, and come in like on a come down from the ceiling on like one of those things that have a movie or a little string. He'd come down and be like, oh, baby, what a play. Look at the naked guy running across the field. So
hey, it's a squirrel on the field.
I did orchestrated a fan running on the field naked.
Did I see?
Done it and everybody would have laughed.
Yeah. Did I see somewhere?
Outside of Madison Square Garden.
I was watching the preseason broadcast because I was in Des Moines over the weekend, so I was watching the Chiefs broadcast. And did Karlaftis get married in the offseason too?
Yes, he did. That's a real story, and I'll be serious here about this one. Kaya, his wife, is a phenomenal story. Should have died in a car wreck.
Wow.
Should have died. It's a miracle of the Lord that she survived. But she got the Jackie Joyner Kersey Award or something because she was a really good track athlete at Purdue. She's a lawyer now, super sharp, great gal. That's the couple no one's talking about and should be talking about, because someday they could be president and vice president of the U.S. and take turns every month of who's got what job. That they're that sharp and that cool.
That's awesome. Very good.
Yep.
Well, tomorrow you'll have one in the can for us because you guys are flying down to Tampa, and at least you can tell the folks in Tampa when they talk about, hey, what do you think about this humidity? And you can say, yes.
No, you ain't had this. It's just lightning. Like I'm getting ready for the 2-hour lightning delay, which always happens in the preseason in Tampa.
Yeah.
So we're getting ready for that. And I'll fill you in tomorrow on the 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 Nebraska Cornhusker offensive linemen that are on the Buccaneer roster.
I like it.
All right.
All right. That'll be tomorrow on Mitch's Training Camp Report, brought to you by Hy-Vee Official Tailgate Headquarters for Kansas City Chiefs football. Have a safe journey, Mitch.
Thank you, guys. Bug eaters everywhere.
That's right.
Bye, Mitch.
Mitch Holt is joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline.
Mike Stibbs writes, always love when Mitch interrupts you guys to get his very funny jokes in. Wonder if he's ever tried stand-up before. He should. Do you think Stibbs is being serious here, John?
No, but that's a great launching off point for our next segment.
Oh, it's Thursday.
It's Thursday.
Yes. Gosh, I love Thursdays.
On 1620 The Zone. I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care what other players in the National League think about the National League MVP race.
I don't care what anybody thinks
You see
about
what
the MVP race.
Well, you should, because
Oh, did somebody say something mean about Pete Crow Armstrong?
Definitely.
no, but I'm sure all you weebs out there are like, oh, Tony should be. I don't care what the players think. By the way, the players,
best baseball player of all time should be the MVP. That's a great take.
Babe Ruth didn't play in the National League.
Nice.
The players actually all vote, not all, but most of them voted for PCA.
Yeah.
I don't care, because guess what? They don't get a vote. Really care
What
what
did they
the other
say? I
players
didn't see this.
The
and hear about this.
ESPN did a story about who should be the MVP, and they interviewed a bunch of different National League players, and I think it was like 15-2 or 14-3 or something like that. They voted PCA over Ohtani, but I don't care.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
I don't. Even though my guy won the straw poll, I don't care what the players think. They're not making the choice.
True. So do you care about the top 100 thing the NFL does?
No, not really.
Yeah. Don't care about players. You know what? I stand with you on this take. I don't listen to player podcasts. Why would I want to hear a player talk? I don't want to hear their takes. I'm serious. I don't listen to player podcasts. They sound boring as hell. No offense, players. All right, you know how sometimes I don't care is actually about something you do care about?
Yeah.
Yes. I care.
Yeah, this is kind of that for me. I don't care, but I do. About people not having shame anymore. I don't know how much we're going to talk about these adult NFL players coming back in to play college football, but the whole system, top to bottom, allows this to happen. And it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that a player would go to camp and have multiple sacks in an NFL preseason game, and then they would come back to play college football. It's ridiculous that these coaches would do this. And I understand why, because if you don't keep up with the Joneses, you could lose, you could get fired.
If you don't cheat, or if they cheat, you have to cheat.
Correct. It's the steroid era all over again. And so that's why they are doing this. We need to bully these people, and I do mean these people, into not allowing this to happen. They need to collectively agree. We will not do this. They have to blackball NFL players from coming back to college football. They need to collude. I am begging them
Bring
to
back
do that.
McCarthyism, says Josh.
With this, yes. I cannot get over the fact that we could have guys who were wearing NFL helmets in an NFL game and they could play college football.
Yes.
I felt the same way about hoops. This crap is ridiculous. Bully these people. I care. I care immensely.
Mine's kind of a crossover between both of your things. Mine could be an I don't care and an I care, and it's also about not caring about players.
Okay.
Remember a couple days ago when I said I might be talking myself into Malik Willis being not terrible?
That was terrible, yeah.
I've changed my mind again.
Oh.
I don't care about what players have to say during training camp. Joe Schad had this quote.
He blocked me on Twitter back in college.
Wow.
What did you do to get Joe Schad mad at you?
I think I tweeted and made fun of him. I said, oh, Joe Schad said something sounds like an idiot. I'll see if I can find it.
This is a quote from Malik Willis today. By the way, it was accompanied by this really funny picture of him crouching at the tiniest microphone possible.
Yeah.
He said, Malik Willis said he does not need to tie his cleats on the practice field. He has the inner sock, keeps the shoe tight.
Nice.
I hate that. I was feeling good about him up until I saw that tweet. If he wouldn't have said anything, I'd still feel fine about him. I feel actually worse than I have.
Oh my God.
Tie your shoes. If you're a quarterback, tie your shoes. I don't care if it's on the practice field. You're going to trip.
I found my tweet. So
And
Joe Schad, this was remember manual retweets, how you would have to like quote it and add the RT in front of it?
Yeah.
So he said Oklahoma State quarterback Brandon Whedon and wide receiver Justin Blackman are staying in school. And I quoted and said, Joe Schad is the kiss of death. Sorry, Oklahoma State fans. And then he blocked me.
Why did you say Joe Shad was the kiss of death?
I don't know. I'm looking through I tweeted at him a lot back in the day.
Wow.
When I was a young punk.
I follow him because he covers the Dolphins.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that until recently. He showed up on my timeline. He unblocked me. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
But I was like, wait, he covers the Dolphins now?
Yeah, fins up.
Yeah, he was a ESPN college football honk back in the day. You got another one?
I don't care. And to those of you hyperventilating about this,
I don't even know what this
you shouldn't care
about
that Pat McAfee is going to be part of ESPN's Monday Night Countdown. How many of you who are hyperventilating about this say, this is terrible, I can't believe this.
His name
Watch
is Nick
that
Graham.
stupid show in the first place. I'll bet that 99.999% of you who are freaking out about Pat McAfee joining another pregame show don't watch that pregame show anyway. Here's one surefire way for you not to be annoyed by Pat McAfee. Don't watch.
I mean, if ESPN wants to keep shooting themselves in the foot by giving him all these things and more money,
how
that's
are they
more
shooting
power to them.
themselves in the foot? You're not watching anyway. You don't care.
I feel like
You shouldn't care.
John's getting really close to liking McAfee just to stick it to people who
Oh,
dislike him.
Okay, first of all, I don't dislike McAfee. I don't go out of my way to watch his show, but I will say this. He has been a Justin Evans breath of fresh air on College Game Day.
Yeah, I don't watch that show.
That show is much better since, sadly, Coach Corso had to be phased out.
Monster.
He did. He had to be phased out. We have talked. He has brought a new energy to that show, and it's fun to watch because he makes it fun.
See, like I said, you're gonna start saying you like him soon.
Well, I don't dislike him.
I do.
Yeah, for the record, I'm with John. I don't watch. That's what I do. I don't watch. You know what I don't do?
I mean, it might be on but we'll never be able to hear it because
I never watch. I never watch.
So why do you care? You're not going to watch Monday Night Countdown. You don't care.
You're right. I won't watch Monday Night Countdown.
There you go. I bet you didn't even know Monday Night Countdown existed.
I only watch Monday Night Football really when the Dolphins are playing or if it's an entertaining matchup.
Well, the good news is he won't be on Monday Night Football.
No, he is. I was just going to say, did you see this? Did you hear about this? It sounds like they're going to be doing the Manning Cast McAfee edition for the games that there's no Manning Cast. So there will be alternate telecast now all season. Now again,
the alternate.
No, so it'll be so when like the Manning Cast, because they take like 8 weeks off. Those weeks it sounds like will be McAfee. But again, I just won't watch.
Yeah, you can watch the Joe and Troy.
I don't even
Joe and Troy.
I don't even watch the Manning Cast anymore. I tried to get into it. I don't like that so much of the screen isn't the football. I don't need to see their faces. I know it's good for memes and stuff, like when Eli's all, what, an interception? That reminds me of me.
What do you think the Manning Cast will be like in, I don't know, next year when Arch is playing for the Dolphins and they have to talk about their nephew playing for a bad team?
Great question.
I might watch the Manning Cast for that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
Well, that's assuming the Dolphins will actually be on Monday Night Football.
Oh, I bet they would love to have him on just for the
if
Manning
they get
Cast.
Arch, they're going to put the Dolphins in prime time.
Sure they would.
Yeah.
You're right.
That said, I wonder if that would be one of the weeks where they do not broadcast.
Conveniently.
Yeah, because not conveniently, just because they'd be like, we're not going to do that. We don't want to talk about it. You got another one?
Nope. Happy hour. I was just going to say the happy hour's coming.
I was going to say 3 I don't cares.
John really doesn't
Listen,
care.
I had to really work to get the 2.
Yeah.
I kind of forced the first one.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's done now. Now we move on.
Oh man, Thursday's almost over, but I love Thursdays. I love saying I don't care. And then tomorrow will be Friday. I can't say it tomorrow.
But you know what you can say tomorrow? Welcome to Yes, you can say golf tomorrow.
Wings, pizza.
Yeah.
Party.
Yeah. Us. You, me.
Yeah, you can
Friday
join us.
Night Lights.
You can join us tomorrow at the Phoenix, even if you're not golfing at the 1620 the golf tournament.
Awesome.
You can join us at the Phoenix.
Awesome.
Which is
120th and Blondo.
Thank you.
It's like 2 minutes away.
It is.
If you get on
From the golf
120th
course, but-
and you go 2 minutes to the south and then you turn right on Blondo, boom, there is the Phoenix.
But it's
right
kind
there.
of important for the people not going to the golf course.
120th and Blondo.
120th and Blondo will be at the Phoenix. You can come join us. We'll have a 1 beer Friday.
Mm-hmm.
If you have trouble finding it, it's right next to the gas station. I think it's a Maverick. It's right there.
Oh.
Well, the first time I ever went to the Phoenix.
A lot of gas stations in town.
Well, I get
Just
that.
drive
but
it to
on
every gas
120th and
station.
Blondo.
You'll find it.
I said on 120th and Blondo. On
Nick,
that
we're
corner.
just having fun with you.
Just drive to the gas station,
trying
pull
to
up
be
to the
helpful.
pumps, wait for the guy in the white hat to come out to want to pump your gas, and ask them, "Is this the one?"
Why are you wearing a white hat, John?
Oh,
well, because sometimes that's what they wear.
Here's what I would say, Nick.
Yes.
You probably have a smartphone. Just plug it into your favorite GPS app, and it will probably get you there.
It's true.
Phones are pretty smart these days.
Sometimes people like landmarks, and I was just offering
It's
a landmark.
not 1980. I don't care about landmark. I don't want to be told where to go based off a landmark.
The Phoenix, it's close to a paved parking lot.
It is.
That's true.
Put up a parking lot, and you got the Phoenix.
All right, we'll be back. Happy hour's coming up, 1620 The Zone.
I said the Phoenix was south of Miracle Hill when it's actually north of Miracle Hill. Happy hour is on the air. No.
Yep.
No.
Yep. Now, you had all these people who are planning their journey tomorrow who are now have to go back and redo the whole thing because you don't know your north from your south.
That's why I said use your GPS.
You know, you would have been a real problem in the, 1860s. I don't know. North, south, doesn't matter to me.
Now,
the South would have hated
Josh,
that for sure.
All these years you've been calling things Western Nebraska. Have you meant like Council Bluffs this whole time? Did you think John was in Western Nebraska last week?
At least my mistake today, Nick, wasn't as bad as your mistake.
No, but mine was funny.
Mine's funny too. Yeah, somebody commented in the YouTube chat, like, what are you talking about? It's north. And I was like, it is north. My bad. North of Miracle Hill.
Well,
that's even better. You can leave the golf course and turn right to go north.
Again, just 120th and Blondo.
Yes.
All you need to know. 120th and Blondo. We'll be at the Phoenix
Next
tomorrow.
to the gas station.
Next to the gas station. Where
we're going to be there.
We will be there for the after party for 1620, the golf tournament.
Hell yeah, baby.
And of course, all of our shows will be broadcasting live from Miracle Hill tomorrow.
Except for us.
Yeah, right.
Because we'll be at the
Phoenix.
at the bar.
We'll be at the Phoenix.
Yeah.
But it should be a fun day. I look forward to meeting with some of our listeners who have had a great day of golf.
Oh, yeah.
Golf.
Boy, I just realized something.
What did you forget now?
What'd you do, John? Did you do a me?
Your polo women's cut too, John?
No.
Mine's not. I tried it on.
Yep, same. Men's cut Josh. That's what they call me.
Yeah, no.
What's wrong, John?
No, I'm just checking something here.
Oh, you're checking the weather.
Yeah.
You go to your weird weather website. I'm just going to go to weather.com like a normal person. Oh, look at this. 90 degrees. Mostly sunny. 15% chance of moisture. It's going to be a great day. It's going to be an even greater day.
Why
do
did
a
they
radio
say
show
moisture?
I said moisture.
Oh, you said
15%
moisture.
chance of rain. I just said
There's only one type of moisture it really could be.
The hour by hour
it
looks
could
pretty
snow.
good.
Oh, good.
73, 76, 79. By the time we get to midday, it'll be in the low 80s.
With Matt.
Oh, that's awesome.
Now, I won't tell you what the dew point's going to be, but I mean, we're basically living in freaking Louisiana here. So
That's what they say about us. This is Midwest Louisiana.
it is. It feels,
It's moist.
it's almost to the
Which is
point
why
where
there's
I expect to go
moisture.
outside and have someone offer me some gumbo.
Oh, gumbo. I mean, Michael Severe does
Hey,
not
how
live
about
that
them
far away.
Saints this year? Gumbo.
He
I
doesn't
do
live that
like
far
gumbo.
away.
I haven't had gumbo in a minute.
Yeah? Gumbo.
By the way, happy birthday, kind of, NFL.
Oh, I did see something about this morning.
It's
What was it?
August 20th, 1920, when 4 professional football clubs, the Akron Pros, the Canton Bulldogs, the Cleveland Indians, not the baseball team, and the Dayton Triangles met in Canton to form the American Professional Football Conference, which was the forerunner to what became the National Football League.
I wish the Triangles were still around because that's a ridiculous name.
It's better than everybody being the Tigers.
You know, the funny thing is, all of these teams were in Ohio.
You have the
That's true.
option as one of the first teams in this new thing, and you pick Triangles instead of, I don't know, Dragons.
Well, did they know what dragons were back then?
They absolutely knew what Dragons were in 1920.
I mean, I'm guessing the Dayton Triangles. I've never even heard of the Dayton Triangles.
Yeah, me neither. I know my history.
I mean, it could be a nickname like the Green Bay Packers because, they were formed thanks to a meat packing.
Cleveland end up transforming into any current teams?
Did who?
The Cleveland team. Did they end up transforming?
I don't believe
the Cleveland I words.
So let's see.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I'm trying to see where the Triangles got their name from. But they were owned by an engineering laboratory.
Nerds.
So that maybe
They were
that's
in on
why.
analytics probably a little bit early.
They probably were.
By the way,
Sorry.
No, you
Theo
go.
had a comment. He said the Stern-Gerlach electron spin collapse demonstrated the same month in 1920.
Theo, I'm incredibly happy for
Thank
you.
you, Theo.
What is happening to this man? Juan Claude writes, John, just got a notification from ESPN that the transfer portal officially opened for fifth-year players. So there is a portal now, apparently. Because I thought that, originally when these guys had the extra eligibility, it was like, but there's not going to be a portal. It was like, nice, these rosters are set. Our friend, oh no, the magazine's not here anymore. But our friend Brett Ciancia with the Pick Six Preview mag, it was locked in and ready to go. And apparently that is no longer the case.
Too many portals. There's too many sub portals.
That is no
There's a 5th year portal
longer. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Oh wait, this is something else. Ralph Russo just had.
This is
something on
gross.
Well, okay, so this was the story. Jack Pyburn, who was formerly at LSU,
Mhm.
who was on the Tampa Bay Bucks training camp roster.
Yep.
He had 2 sacks in their first preseason game.
Think about that. That's a lot of sacks in a preseason game.
He was among 16 players granted a temporary restraining order against the NCAA in order to return for a 5th season. Other players included Xavier Harris from Ole Miss, Wydad Williams from Ole Miss, another Ole Miss tight end, Daquan
I was
Rice.
just going to say, yeah, he there's a tweet from On3 from a couple hours ago. He just entered the portal. So that's actually one of the more recent additions.
SMU running back TJ Harden.
Yeah. So again, I mean, we talked about it and I don't care. There are guys who are participating in the preseason who are going into the portal right now.
It's disgusting.
I understand it. And again, like, you know, is this one of those hate the player or don't hate the player, hate the game situations? I'm hating everybody. I will be, clear on this. But if I am a player, I do understand why they would want to do it. Because if you are a late stage roster cut and you could go back into college at this late of a time period, and you are a needed piece to a roster of any kind, you can probably command more today in college football than you can in the NFL. And so, like, I hate it. I understand why the players are doing it, but I also hate that the adults in the room are the ones that are allowing this to happen and that they are a part of it. Like, they are searching these guys out.
Does football need a middle ground like MLB has? Not all 3 tiers, but some kind of you're not in college, but you're a semi-pro, or you're a pro. But there's
the problem with all of this is many people, the lawyers, everyone will say, well, this is all the NCAA's fault for all of the roadblocks and everything that they've done to restrict player movement from the very beginning in the first place.
Sure.
But I'm sorry. I'm lumping. The players are lumped in. They're adults. They're adults now.
I'm annoyed at them.
And
too.
if you,
I hate everybody.
If in this case, it's not just one person cheating. It's everybody.
Yeah, they're taking advantage of a loophole.
They're taking advantage of a loophole that we all agree should not exist. Whether you like or dislike the NCAA and their policies, fine. But I think we can all agree that this is a loophole that should not exist. That college sports of any kind should not be a vocation. It shouldn't be.
At least it hasn't been. And maybe that's changing before our eyes.
It is changing before our eyes. It should not be a vocation.
And the fact, and we talked about it, when they allowed for the 5th year, the 5 for 5, like we said, awesome, sounds good. And when they were like, and we're going to award it for the players who are juniors or whatever, it's like, rats. Now you're in a pickle. Because this is what happens when you do that. Instead of saying it's going to be for everybody moving forward. Remember, my original idea, John, was this is going to be for the incoming class. Nobody else gets the 5th year. And I know that would have resulted in lawsuits, given that everything results in lawsuits.
Everything results in lawsuits.
And so I don't know why I even cared or why I even tried. But like this is when you have reached a whole extra level of ridiculousness that is allowing something like this to happen.
But you know what's none of this would have happened if they wouldn't have been pressing for 5 for 5.
Sure.
If they would have just kept things normal.
Yeah, that's funny because I like 5 for 5.
Because that's and just like with every other move that has ever been made recently with college sports, it's like nobody ever sees the unintended consequences.
But John, how can you see this? How can you see this as an unintended consequence? This is so beyond the pale. And maybe that's the thing. Maybe whenever a new rule comes into account, you and I need to look at stuff from the most ridiculous level and say, what are the unintended consequences?
Yeah.
Well, you're going to have football games on top of the Woodman Tower. Why? I don't know, but somebody will sue us if we don't get one.
Right.
And so, like, that's the part I'm with you. I'm with you that, like, this is what happens. But we shouldn't allow our minds. Maybe people are too imaginative at this moment in time to allow us to get to
and
such
let's face it.
spaces.
You know what? Who else I'm going to blame? The GD courts.
Well, yeah, of course. I blame them. I don't know if I blame them the most, but they are the ones seemingly who have all the power at this moment in time. So I kind of have to.
Right.
You know, if you're doing a power rankings with
We
tiers.
got everything else going on in our legal system. Why do we need to rush these entries through?
Yeah, I'd say them, the agents. I mean, it's everybody. There is a blame pie, and the pieces are quite large, and they go
and
to
everybody's got them.
But man,
everybody's got pie on their face.
The courts allowing the courts allowing for this to happen. Without that, it wouldn't happen. You know, so like they definitely deserve probably the biggest slice.
Now, I'll be honest with you. I bet you there's some people right now, as much as there's been complaining and hand wringing and all of this from the college standpoint on this, I guarantee you there are people going, I'm glad this is happening because this is more chaos and this is going to force Congress's hand to act, because that's what the NCAA, that's what the schools have been, the conferences have been begging for the last 5 years.
And as always,
and this is yet another. This is just another thing where the common layperson who doesn't follow this stuff really closely, but peeks in an occasion, into sports, and they hear about, hey, this dude who just played in a preseason game with the Tampa Bay Bucks, he's not going to make the Buccaneers roster, so he's going back to college. Oh, that's great. He's going back to get his education. No, he's going back to go play football. What? And the reaction from those people will be, well, this doesn't make one damn bit of sense. Somebody needs to do something about this. And that somebody is probably going to be your elected representative.
As always, whenever we discuss this, the thing that I am baffled by is that there are just not rules anymore, and how it is impossible. Our company, we work for a company. They have rules.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot decide that I don't like the rule and go to the courts and ask them to fix it. I want to make more money. Courts, come help me.
Yeah.
I feel like now anything is possible that they could do. Sorry, you got to pay him more. We're deciding you need to double his salary. How is this stuff possible? How can you not have rules? How can you not set whatever your structure is? It's anarchy otherwise.
Sure it is.
Can I go out there and say, no, I don't like the speed limit of being 75 on the interstate. That's ridiculous. In Montana, it's 85. I want it to be 85.
And I'm telling you, and this may sound unfair, but I don't give a damn. Some of the people that have been doing the most pounding on the desk about we need, a collective bargaining agreement and all of this stuff for college athletes have been lawyers. Well, guess who is initiating a lot of these actions?
Sure.
Guess who's getting on the phone and probably called guys like Hankerson and Hendrick and Harris and Harden and the others and said, hey, by the way, you got an opportunity here.
Johnson.
I mean, the ambulance chasers are definitely, and in terms of who's got a nice piece of that blame pie, they got a good big ass piece. The ambulance chasers have a big piece of this damn pie.
I don't think anyone's going to be offended that you're making fun of lawyers, John, so I think you're good to go there. Cracky writes, I've been asking the courts to bring back Michael and Kevin for years, and nobody listens to me. Good call. Let's write to the lawyers. Let's write to your congressman.
They graduated.
Yeah, nope, they're
5
coming back.
5 doesn't exist.
Everybody wants Kevin back. Kevin, sorry, the lawyer said it. You're now the host of Unsportsmanlike.
He's too old. He was elected to the Hall of Fame last week. He's way too damn old.
It's just unreal, man.
I know I did mention this earlier, but I do kind of want to hear you guys' thoughts on it. If the UFL or some other league did kind of become the mediator, like how MLB has, you use college and then single.
Oh, you're talking about a minor league?
Yeah, just like a minor league football league. So like you go there, if you don't make it in the pros or whatever, you can still go down.
Yeah.
Just like a minor league situation for football. Do you think that would
help? You know why?
Nope.
Because the
there's no
money.
money. Yeah. The money's in college football.
There are guys playing college football this year that are going to get paid a lot more than they would be if they turn pro.
And that's why these players who are fighting for this are coming back, because they know
the money's huge.
Hey, let's talk about some of the other idiots here, the boosters who are just offering up this,
throwing their money away.
Because that's the thing, and that's why I talked about it. And I don't care. We need to have collusion. We need to have collusion to keep these idiots out of college football. Sorry, man. You got to move on with your life. Them's the rules.
Stop hanging out with kids.
Yes, exactly.
Talk to
you
people
get older,
your own age.
They stay the same age, man. And again, these coaches who can't, for the life of them, live with a true freshman or a redshirt freshman linebacker. And they're like, well, let's get the 24-year-old, though, who's in the NFL. All right, you loser. Like, man, are rules just not enforceable anymore?
No,
Like,
they're
is that
not.
what we're learning?
They're
man?
not.
I'm
They're
gonna
really
start
not.
breaking rules a little bit more often. I'm gonna see what I can do. Nick, what do you think about that?
Do you think the longer people stay in college football, it's going to affect their progress that they can make and growth in NFL?
Well, I mean, it certainly prevents them from getting the second contract, which is always the most important thing. On one hand, like it's not the worst thing in the world. On the other, they're just going to be older, and so the question that I would have is, have you stunted your development, or have you reached your ceiling? But the reason they're doing this is not for love of the game. This is not because they love college life. It's none of that.
No.
It's because they're getting paid.
Yes.
And so that's why I say I get why they're doing it, even though I despise that they are doing it, because they will make more money playing college football.
Who knew that Bluto Blutarski in 1978 at Faber College was so ahead of his time?
Who's that?
There's an actual
From
person.
Animal House.
Oh, I haven't seen it
7
in
years
years.
of college down the drain.
Yeah,
There it is.
I was in college for a long time.
7 years.
You know, the thing that I wonder about is if Nebraska is going to kick the tires on any of these guys. You know, like they have questions to fill.
Emmett, come back.
You know what's funny? We talked with Robin earlier about Jamarcus Lawrence because a lot of Husker fans are like, why don't they add him? Why don't they add him? And I don't know, reading between the lines, and not even reading between the lines, but Robin, one of his answers is basically like chemistry. Like they've been practicing in one way, they've been working in one way, and they do not want to bring in an outside voice. And that's the thing that is about to happen with some of these places, that there is going to be an outsider, you know, at least with Stephen Daly, he was at Indiana before, so they already knew him. Same with Lawrence if he would have returned to Nebraska. But there's going to be some guy who is getting preseason snaps who's going to come and play college football for a team that he has no relationship with, and he's going to upend a room. He's going to upend a position group, and you wonder what that is going to do. And so I kind of hope Matt Rule stands firm. You know, I don't even know if they have the money to offer or what the biggest need that they would even have. I hope that they don't do it. But if they do, you wonder what that would mean for the position group, given that there has been so many months now, because there was not the spring window, so many months of all these practices together and all of these things that are happening. But on the other hand, if thgoing like, man, we really need an edge rusher. We really need some guy.
I mean, Jack Pyburn was a pretty good edge rusher.
Seriously, we need a guy. And they're like, we're going to go after it. I understand, even if I despise the decision. I understand why they do it, because you know why? There's pressure. And that's the thing. All these coaches are feeling pressure. And so they're like, if he's going to do it, if Indiana's going to add Stephen Daly, why shouldn't we add a guy?
Right.
We gotta fight fire with fire.
Right.
And it's not illegal. And that's the thing. I can hate it. You can hate it, but it's not breaking the law. And so it's not breaking the NCAA's rules. And so if you want to take advantage, I guess you're going to do that.
Cracky
they're not going to listen to us.
Cracky in the chat, and I'm not sure if he's for or against it, but he says these aren't starting caliber NFL players, though. Their best bet to make money is to go back to college. Too bad, move on with your life. And I don't know if he's talking to them or if he's talking to us.
No, he's talking to them.
But okay, so my argument, if he wasn't, would be get a job. If you couldn't hack it in the NFL, get a job.
That's what that's why they're coming back, because they're going to get paid.
Yeah, exactly. This is not a long-term solution, or at least they don't think so.
Hey, if you can come back, get $500K.
Yeah, that's an extra $500K you don't have to earn down the road.
Bingo.
When you come to the realization that life moves on and life is more than sports.
Yeah.
And you have to actually go and get a real job.
Yeah, for sure. But $500,000 now, you invest it properly, you're feeling pretty good for the rest of your
Get a real job like radio.
It pays what it pays. It pays.
Yes.
Radio pays.
We get money for what we do.
Well, beyond that, the other part of this insanity has just been the transfer portal in general. And Max Olson of ESPN, our friend, wrote about it today. And it was really kind of centered around Bo Pribula. I still don't know how to say
Fibula.
But the former Penn State quarterback, the former Missouri quarterback, who was in the transfer portal this past offseason. And it really, it was a very interesting read. And it does include an anecdote about Nebraska in here, because Nebraska was one of the schools that Pribula was visiting. In fact, he was here.
He was in Omaha, right?
He was in the building when Anthony Colandrea.
That's right. He was in the building.
Was in the building and had committed to Nebraska.
Yeah.
And actually, Pribula was probably the one Nebraska. Honestly, it was a race. If Pribula got there before Colandrea and committed, he would have been Nebraska's quarterback.
And that's what I mean. So there's this whole chapter of this story, because it's not. It's funny. Like Pribula is the guy that's kind of on the cover, but it bounces around. And there's a large section about Kenny Minchey, and of course everything that happened there. And that is that he committed. The contract was sent to Minchie's agent, and Minchie, congrats, shout out to him. He calls the Kentucky OC Joe Sloan to let him know, sorry, but I'm going to go to Nebraska. Apparently, and Max talked about this a little bit more on the morning show today if you want to hear about it, that conversation turned into a 2-hour phone call, and thus he flipped to Kentucky. And so then Nebraska, very quickly, they need to flip it as soon as possible. And like you said, the timing does seem to be whomever arrived first was going to be the guy.
And said yes.
Yeah, was going to be the guy.
I'm looking back here through the quotes.
Well, here's one part. The Husker staff was honest about their intention. They would bring all 3 targets to campus and make a quick decision. Now it was a question of timing and how soon each quarterback would get to Lincoln.
The third target was
who did you say?
Was that Daniels?
No.
It was Aiden Childs.
Yeah, Aiden Childs. And
so Colandrea, Childs, and Pribula were the 3 guys. They were the first 3 options after Minchie decommitted.
Yeah. And so as the staff went back and forth about their preferred pecking order, Rule said that Wishin, who finally spoke up, he goes, hey, guys, for what it's worth, Colandrea said he could be here in the morning. Shouldn't we just fly him in? And this is, again, Rule talking. I'm like, well, let's just bring this other guy first and then bring him in the next day. And he sat there quietly and he goes, hey, I know I'm not in personnel, but shouldn't we bring him in first if we can get here first? And I was like, you know what? Jarrett is right. And so then Rule says when Anthony walked in, it was just like, he's our guy. I just felt it and believed it. And so that is the whirlwind that resulted in Anthony Colandrea being Nebraska's quarterback.
We have been so conditioned, and this is another one of those things that, another one of the old axioms that we might have to retire. But we've always thought, man, if you can get some continuity, if you can get some players that have been in the program for a long time and you grow and you're treating them like, new crops, you grow them from, seedlings and they become big, strong crops that produce great fruit, great vegetable, whatever. And that's the way you win.
Mm-hmm.
And when you read this story and think about it through the lens of where we are right now, because right now where Nebraska is they really like their quarterback. They're really excited about their quarterback. He's a breath of fresh air, says Justin Evans. It has allowed me to open up my playbook and have things installed better than I have in the last 12 years, said Dana Holgerson. He's exciting. He can make things happen, says DeKeel Shorts. They love him. And yet, this isn't a guy they're talking about that they've been coaching for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
This is a guy that they have known for 6 months and have been around for 6 months and only is here because he got here first, because he was either closer in proximity or got a better flight plan, had an agent that was working a little bit better in terms of getting him here first.
Uber driver was a little faster.
His Uber driver's a little bit whatever the case may be. Whatever the reasons are that Anthony Colandrea was in Lincoln, Nebraska before Bo Pribula or Aiden Childs, that's the reason he's here.
Yeah.
Not necessarily because, and I'm not saying they didn't do some research. I mean, they did look at these guys. They had an idea. They had a list of players that they wanted. But this wasn't some, really long, large, thought out plan.
Yeah, there's a part of the story where it mentions, so Colandrea says on the record that honestly, I almost did go to Florida State. And so it talked about a visit that he took, left that visit without committing. He's hearing from all these teams. And then Max Olson wrote, within 20 minutes, the agent received a text from Holgerson at Nebraska. Just wanted to let you know we're heavily interested in Anthony Colandrea. And so that's what kicks it all off.
Right.
They go to Nebraska tomorrow. But you are also not wrong because of how fast this moved. This is either going to end up being like one of the most fortuitous situations that this program has had under Matt Rule.
Correct.
Or it's going to be, that quote, I can just see this one. I just felt it and believed it. We're going to view it the other way, where it's like, well, It was such a fast relationship.
Yeah.
But like that's what happens with all of the quarterbacks.
Exactly. That's happening everywhere. This
Correct.
isn't just to pick on Matt Rule in Nebraska. This is happening everywhere.
Yeah.
With a lot of these quarterbacks.
You get lucky.
Dana said in this article, it was awkward, but how else do you do it? You got to get them ASAP. You have to make that decision because if you wait in the portal, you're cooked. If you wait an hour, you might be cooked.
Mm-hmm.
And in the case of Bo Pribula, he was cooked on a number of occasions. He ended up getting it at Virginia, but there were probably 5 other destinations prior to that he could have easily ended up at and would have picked had the circumstances been just a little bit different. And so it's crazy to think, but programs like Nebraska and Virginia and others are all doing this whacked out speed dating approach to picking the most important position on a football team.
Yeah. And think about it.
And they basically have to because of how things have developed here in the last, 3, 4, 5 years.
And think about it. They had a guy. They thought that they were done. Like imagine getting to that point, and you're like, whew, oh, good job, everybody. And like certainly when you send in the contract and it's not signed yet, you're just like, you're waiting. So I wonder when they got the inkling, like, man, this doesn't feel good. The contract's been in his hands a little too long for us. But they had a different guy in mind. They got that guy's commitment.
Right.
That guy, Kenny Minchie, and again, they talked about it a little bit this morning with Max. Like Kenny Minchie has his quarterback battle with CJ Carr is like becoming stuff of legend now. Well, he might have beaten him out, but they like CJ Carr because he was a little bit older. Let's see what happens with Kenny Minchie. He's going to be a player I know that we'll be paying attention to around here just a little bit more than we would otherwise a Kentucky quarterback because it seemed like he was going to be Nebraska's guy for just a moment. There was a question in the chat a few minutes ago about here it is, Jordan. How much different would the offseason discourse have been if Pribula was the quarterback instead of Colandrea? I'm guessing we'd be having a lot of similar conversations. His touchdown interception ratio is pretty weak. The problem with him, maybe more even than Colandrea, he just doesn't have a lot of starts. He is very green in that regard. Whereas Colandrea, say what you will about him, good and bad, he has a lot of experience now.
Right, but Pribula has always been a Power 4 guy.
Yeah, that's true.
And so we wouldn't be.
We wouldn't be doing. Yeah, well, he jumped down and then he was good.
Exactly.
We'd be asking, well, can he be good?
Like with everything else, depending on where your perspective is and what you want to believe to be true, you're going to either paint it in as positive a light and highlight the positive attributes, or you're going to highlight the negative attributes.
Mm-hmm.
And for a lot of folks who are talking about Colandrea, they're highlighting the positive attributes because they want to believe.
Yeah.
So it would have been exactly the same with Pribula or Childs or Minchie or anybody Nebraska could have ended up with. If you were going to look at this through a positive lens, you would have highlighted every positive attribute that individual has.
I will say, of all the guys that they could have landed, so let's say it's those 4, right? It's Minchie, it's Pribula, it's Childs,
and it's Colandrea.
I don't want to say definitively I would be most excited for Minchie. There is something fun about the unknown, right, with a guy.
Mm-hmm.
I will say this. I am pumped that they do not have Childs, and I'm pumped that they don't have Pribula. I'd rather this. This is more intriguing and exciting. I don't think Aiden Childs is very good, so that would be a bummer. I don't think Pribula is good, but I don't know for sure.
No.
Minchie is a total wild card. He could be really good.
Yeah.
He's going to have a good offensive coach in Will Stein at Kentucky. So like this, of those 4, I would say that this is either the first or the second best in what I would have hoped for. I'm happy that we didn't have to spend 8 months talking about Aiden Childs. I don't think that would have been an enjoyable conversation, at least not for me.
If you missed it earlier, a new deal has hit the program.
Mm-hmm.
The family 4-pack for the Bowling Green game. $160 gets you 4 tickets and a $40 concession voucher. So essentially you're paying $30 a piece for the tickets, and then you're got the $40 concession.
Or if you want to view it as buy tickets, get food free, the tickets are $40 and then you get that. So it's $180. But as we talked about earlier, the tickets are a little pricier compared to some of the earlier packages.
Well, all the earlier ones, it was either 2 for $50 or 4 for $100.
Yeah,
so they were $25 a piece.
Yeah, for sure.
So going off that, You're actually paying $60 for $40 in concession vouchers.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, you need a better deal.
Yeah.
You needed to make a better deal.
I have no fear. There will be another deal. There will be another deal. There's 2 weeks to go.
A new deal?
There will have to
Oh,
be.
nice, Nick. There will be another deal. A new deal will hit.
By the way, speaking of another deal, got an email last night from Brian in Elkhorn.
Oh, what's up, Brian?
In Elkhorn?
And Brian got a phone call, and I'm just reading from his email.
That's an actual
I received a phone call yesterday from what sounded like an exhausted University of Nebraska ticket office employee inquiring me about possibly purchasing tickets for the upcoming season. And he goes through a bit of a spiel about, taking his kids and the time commitment and all the other stuff. And he says, back to the sales pitch. The sales associate tried to interest me in the 3 to 4 game mini packages, then sliding into better seats he could offer me, which were season tickets that he didn't initially disclose, that I couldn't find online, before quietly adding the $700 plus donation per seat. I was quick to call him out on it. Then adding that the stadium renovation was coming soon, which would inconvenience me for God knows how long, with the possibility I wouldn't have a chance to renew my seats anyway when the renovation was done. He shamefully admitted I wasn't wrong. I said, I thank the kind sales associate who was noticeably desperate, but ultimately declined to buy. The fans have and continue to give their time, money, and passion for a product that fails to deliver year after year. I used to be saddened at the risk of losing the sellout streak, but unfortunately, the novelty of us continuing to be an endless stream of money that the university takes for granted to uphold our self-appointed accomplishment is starting to look embarrassing. That is from Brian in Elkhorn.
Wow. Man, a lot of stories this offseason about the university or ticket office people calling around trying to do everything they can. Makes sense. Again, I'll give it to Dan, and they're trying to actually do it. They're not they're not faking it. At least not yet.
But I wonder how many people like Brian and Elkhorn have been turned off by the nature of the sales pitch.
I bet a lot. Yeah, I mean, I understand where he's coming from. A little smarmy if you think about it. Hey, get season tickets. But then as he points out, what's going to happen next year when the stadium capacity is way down?
They're really banking on people not being educated about it.
Yeah, for sure. Because that's the thing. The new season ticket holders are probably going to be the ones that are screwed,
Which is why it's great to listen to us, because we inform you.
Nice. Good job by us.
Coming up, content time.
What do we have?
What do we have?
What do we have, actually?
Iowa.
Go Hawks!
Bummer.
A lot of NFL stuff.
Hell yeah, baby.
Laser beams and robots.
Okay.
Oh, I like Star Wars.
Laser beams. No, those are droids.
Robot.
They never use the word robot.
Robot.
It was always droids. Wonder why they didn't use the word robot.
Good question.
Droid sounds cooler.
Yeah, I guess.
Plus, that one droid in the Clone Wars was called the Droidica. If it was a robot, it would be a Robotica.
Nice.
All of that.
Perfect.
Hopefully less of Nick. Oh, and another opportunity to get a bonus qualification. If you have not registered yet, go to 1620thezone.com right now and register for a trip for 2. There will be no strings attached. If you win this trip, you're not going to be on the hook for season tickets or donations down the road.
Thank God.
Because you'll get 2 tickets and airfare and 2-night hotel stay and a $150 gift card to go to the Nebraska-Oregon game, brought to you by Woodhouse Auto Family. And after you register there, be listening, because coming soon, we're going to ask you what's for dinner.
Oh.
And you can get a bonus entry when you call Nick.
All right.
Not now, but
soon.
From 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Again, stay tuned. At the end of this segment, you'll have a chance for a bonus qualification for our trip to the Oregon game. I just saw a video on Twitter from Kevin Hart.
Yeah.
Apparently, he and Devontae Adams, because of Devontae has done Taco Bell commercials, are the only people in the world that have what's called a purple card. It's basically lifetime Taco Bell for free.
What?
They're the only two?
Yeah.
How do I get this?
Well, you need to be really, really famous and be a big influencer.
Check.
And be a great wide receiver for the LA Rams or a comedian.
Well, Nick, I did.
Check.
Well, so here's what I heard, though. I heard that they have a very strict qualification process. And if you haven't uploaded the audio to play it at the proper time, Taco Bell sometimes is a little critical.
Oh, it's just like how running clubs like you to know your directions.
Bingo, Nick.
This is a very
Exactly.
long-winded way of winding up to the ultimate punchline, and that is they shouldn't have called it a purple card. They should have called it a poople card.
Nice.
I liked brown card better than poo-poo card, John.
No, poople card.
Poo-poo
Stand
pee-pee
by what
card.
I said earlier.
Nice job by us.
I thought it was very funny.
Iowa has extended the contract of AD Beth Getz to 2032. This would almost guarantee, seemingly, that she will be the one at the helm when Iowa needs to replace Kirk Ferentz. Will Iowa stay within the Hawkeye family, or will they move outside when the time comes?
So here are who are the inside the family candidates? Brett Bielema.
Yeah.
Who's that guy that just went to, was it Michigan State?
Michigan State, the special teams coordinator.
Parker.
Yeah.
Rob Parker.
Well, no, Norm Parker's a DC. I don't think it'll be Norm Parker.
Oh, is that true? What is his name?
Because Parker's about as old as Ferentz, isn't he? I think.
Crap, what's his name?
If he isn't,
LeVar Woods.
LeVar
Woods.
Who does not have a poople card, by the way.
Bob Stoops is old now. He wouldn't be. You remember for the
while. Norm Parker is older than Kirk Ferentz.
I have a crazy thought. You let me know if I'm dumb. What about the head coach of North
Oh
Dakota?
wait, Norm Parker's dead.
What about him? All right,
He's
I just thought that I thought LeVar Woods was named Parker. I mixed it up. That was my bad.
He was an Iowa coach assistant before he went on to win all those FCS championships.
Wait, who is this, Nick? Who are you talking about right
Head
now?
coach of North Dakota?
North Dakota football.
North Dakota State? Who just got into FBS? Is it?
Are you talking about Eric Schmidt?
Yeah.
No, you're talking about
No.
North Dakota State.
Yes,
is
North Dakota State.
is who you were talking about.
Yes.
I don't know. I think Bielema would be a hell of a hire. Would he leave his school and go into the Big Ten? Are you looking at Parker now?
Well, Phil Parker is the defensive coordinator.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I was confused on the name that you were saying. Who did you say? Bill Parker?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
It's got to be your Parker.
Yeah, good call.
I was
Who
talking
are they
about
going to
Norm
hire,
Parker.
John? Who are they going to hire?
I don't know.
Okay, good question, Nick.
Nailed it. Texans receiver Jaden Higgins tore his ACL Tuesday and is out for the season. How will this affect the AFC South playoff race?
Well, this is a team that we spent a lot of time talking about this offseason, John. And Higgins had a nice rookie campaign for Houston, and his quarterback sucked last year.
He did.
And so this is there have been a few injuries so far that have happened in the early preseason that I'm a little worried on how it will affect some of the teams that are looking to have successful years, and this might be one of those.
Yeah, this one definitely hurts because the Texans need what they can get in terms of good weapons around Stroud, who is going to have a lot of eyes on him this year.
Oh my gosh, yes, he will.
Because Houston thinks they have a championship caliber defense, but you've got to have a championship caliber quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
The days of a team being able to muddle through like the Ravens did in 2000, I don't think that's going to be possible. Of course, the other part of what the Ravens did was they had a ace in the hole in the running game.
Yeah.
But I don't think the Texans necessarily have that. So, yeah, this one definitely hurts. And it has been concerning because we didn't talk about it, but Alvin Kamara, he got hurt.
He's a little old and cooked, but
he is, but still, I mean, you're talking about some guys who were expected to play some significant
Well, we
minutes.
had the TV on there talking about the Tyler Biadasz injury out in Los Angeles with the Chargers. Like, that's brutal. Starting center, you don't want that guy hurt right
True.
now. Not very good. I have a headline idea for the papers down there. Just think this one through. Houston, we have a problem.
Oh,
maybe if they get off to a tough start, Houston, we have a problem. You can use it for free.
I think the better headline would have been, too bad Higgins didn't have a poople card.
I might need help with this one. Is it Vita V or Vita Vea?
Vita Vea.
Vita Vea.
Nice
Vita
second guess,
Vea.
Nick.
Vita Vea.
And the Bucks have come to a contract extension, ending the hold-in and trade demands of the longtime vet. Could the Vibes be returning to Tampa?
Not unless they re-sign their quarterback.
Gonna say, what about their quarterback? He has 1 year left on his deal.
He's a
right? 1
pretty
year left?
important cog in the old machine. Not that Vita Vea isn't, but man, you'd sure like to have Baker Mayfield, or at least some idea of what your quarterback situation is going to be in the next few years locked down, if you at all possibly can.
Yeah,
But yes, this does help.
I watched season 3. Yes, this helps. I want to talk about Baker Mayfield for a moment. I watched season 3 of quarterback, and the early part of the episodes, it's focusing on the good times. And I'm like, how did this team fall apart like they did? And then there were injuries, including numerous injuries to Baker Mayfield, and they lost a lot of games that they should not have lost. They blew leads, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, man, I think I'm with you, John. I think the vibes are a little too nasty. The thing that is going to help them is that they are in the NFC South, and so they could still win the division.
True.
But I think that there was a lot of wish casting at the beginning of last year on how good they could be. I don't think that they can be that good.
One more on the NFL. The preseason is back,
folks.
It has been back.
Yeah, but it's back tonight,
including Vegas at Houston tonight.
Oh.
Any interest in watching Fernando Mendoza sling it? Do you think Houston will have a problem?
Nice job, Nick. Sure, but I'm going to a movie, so I won't see it. I'll miss it.
Is Mendoza slinging it because
Tony?
Because he has a poople card?
They're
What
great.
is this bit?
Wow, we're just leaning into
I
the
like the
poople.
poople card. I think it's funny.
Leaning into the poople. By the way, I bought my tickets, Nick, to Dune 3 this morning as well. for
Nice. I
December.
need to watch the first two.
Why are you buying tickets to a movie in December?
Because I want the seats to be locked up, John. You don't want to end up sitting in the nose, not the reverse nosebleeds. You know, you can lock up your seat
Do you
now.
really have to be there the first time, the very first time the film touches the screen?
I want to be. It's not I have to. I want to be there. Why wouldn't I want to see it when it comes out? I'm looking forward to it. So I want to see it as early
What
as
if the
possible.
reviews between now and then are like, man, this movie really sucks? Then you're like, damn, why'd I buy those tickets?
I still want to see it. I want to see how the story finishes. By the way, I'm actually seeing it before it comes out. There's a special showing out at the movie theater by
good
my
grief.
house. Yeah, we're gonna have to do another
Good thing-
end of our live show that day.
Good thing that the old Kugler vision, you shot the laser beams into your eyes, because that was definitely a push the glasses up the nose moment you just had there.
Well, the tickets on the app, they were like, "Hey, do you want to see it beforehand?" I was like, "Yeah, that sounds good. I'll see it on a Tuesday." There's a Creighton game that night, John. You can go watch your basketball game, and I'll watch it on DVR later on.
I will.
Nice.
Pete Alonso and the Orioles feel jobbed of a home run. It was called foul last night in a loss to the Yankees, and Alonso wants something done about it. Well, I think a simple fix is like football. You have the pylon camera with the plane where it shoots right across the goal line, Alonso said, and I feel like for us, we could easily have a laser or a camera that shoots straight up. Thoughts?
It's not a terrible idea that they probably should, based on the fact that major league hitters can hit the ball very high and very far, and oftentimes the fair foul pole doesn't do you enough good because it's not tall enough. It is kind of funny they don't have that technology already hooked up where they could do that. Sure, why not? Now, there's probably some unforeseen circumstance that makes it a little more difficult, but I have to imagine there is some way that you can use technology to determine whether the ball passed over the pole or to the right side of the pole or to the wrong side of the pole.
This is a sport that prints money. I would have another camera that looks essentially directly at the foul pole in like seats that are near the outfield, you know. I don't know if I'm making sense on where these seats would be, but yes, I agree. And I would also say we should do this in football as well, because in college there are some goalposts that do not extend very high, like Nick's beloved Iowa Hawkeyes. They have tiny
Hawks.
baby goalposts. So we need to do something with that, with a camera or I don't know why this is so difficult.
I don't either.
So John wants to poople all over the integrity of America's pastime. He wants to keep adding things to it because he thinks it's not good enough.
More reviews.
It's not adding anything.
I like reviews.
I like when the ball and the camera goes all the way up and zoomed in.
I want a camera
that's
from
a
outer
terrible.
space.
That is the worst innovation
You
in
do talk about
sports
that all the
telecast.
time. Zoom in harder.
It's so
Zoom
stupid.
me, Daddy. So John says to the cameras.
A lot of people said that in 2020.
Nice.
Finally, a robot or robot training for the Robot Olympics has had an issue.
Breaks in half.
It's like Red Rover, come on over, and you just keep running past the people and you smash into
He's a little dude. He walks up to it. Then he sees the sparks come out
no,
when it breaks in
broke.
half. And it's like, I got to run away.
Broke my poople.
Now, this begs the question. Which competition would you most like to watch at the Robot Olympics?
Oh, I do like running. That was pretty cool. The robot was running super fast. You want to see him run fast?
It looked like that guy from Get Out.
What a
I'll tell you
great
that-
reference, Nick.
I'll tell you the competition I definitely don't want to watch, and that is anything to do with shooting, because I'm guessing these robots will turn on us.
Well, that's true. We are going to
So
die.
the
at the hand of
biathlon.
robots.
What is the sport where you shoot a little bit, you ski a little bit?
Guns are us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But any of that stuff.
Yeah.
Or if there's trap shooting, because I'm just afraid the robots will turn to the crowd and just start going to town on
These
us.
are good calls by you. We don't
Mhm.
want them having guns. I stand with John.
The Robot Olympics.
Swimming.
That would be fun, Nick.
That would really impress me
That'd be fun.
because of all the circuitry. Probably doesn't agree with chlorinated water. I guess it
Probably
wouldn't
not.
need to be chlorinated if they're robots, would it?
No, it would not. you don't, unless the robot pees in the water, Nick.
That'd be funny if the robot peed in the water.
Yeah.
Why would you program it to do that?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Because you can.
You know what's also fun, John? Qualifying. Not winning. Winning is cool, but qualifying is fun.
And you have your opportunity right now. Call in now, 402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline, and tell Nick what's for dinner, and you'll get a bonus qualification into our drawing for a trip for two to the Nebraska-Oregon game, brought to you by Woodhouse Auto Family and 1620 The Zone.
when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie.
Tortillas. When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
And I think we're going to serve McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down.
And I would think that's their favorite food.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat the neighbors.
All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap, tortillas, and we're going to get up. And then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like tortillas, going out to eat.
Last night was steak and a baked potato with a salad and corn. No salad. Corn on cob, though.
Was it good?
Of course.
Awesome.
Tonight, I don't know. I really don't know.
Gosh, we might as well rename this segment I Don't Know.
Why is it?
I don't know.
You know
what?
I'm not here. I'm not at home when those decisions are made. Now, sometimes the wife makes that decision when she gets home from work.
Why don't you text her and say, "Hey, dear, love of my life, woman that I married, what
are you
dinner?"
going to have on the table for me ready
Yeah,
when I come home?
exactly. That's how it would be taken.
Don Draper Bishop.
It would be taken like that. So I'm trying to keep peace and keep me
Doesn't
out of
she
trouble.
know you do a bit? We do a segment called "What's for Dinner."
No,
You can
she's
say,
not
"Honey, it's for
listening
the
at this.
radio."
She's not
Hey,
listening.
woman,
at
what
this time.
slop are you going to put in my bowl tonight?
Because I guarantee if she was
It'll be
listening and heard
slop.
stuff like that, I'd never
Sloppy.
get to eat again.
Wait, she doesn't know this that we call your food slop?
No, we do not call it slop.
I have her phone number. I should text her. Hey,
We
what's the slop?
do
on the
not
table
call it
tonight?
slop.
John, you tell us all the time how much you love your wife's slop.
Yeah, you talk about how you have sloppy joes. It's in the name.
That's sloppy joes. It's not slop.
Speaking of,
I don't know which one of you degenerates made that up.
That was a
but
listener.
I hate
It was a
you.
listener.
That was
I
awesome.
hate you with all the passion in my heart.
Speaking of wives, my wife is on the way to the station right now. No free ads. We're having Hawaiian Bros for dinner because we're going to go see a movie over at Film Streams tonight, which is going to be about food.
Did you buy those tickets last December?
No, bought it. This isn't. This is you sit wherever you want to. It's one of those. It's old school.
I love Film Streams.
We just bought it like 2 days ago.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty excited.
My wife is currently on her way to a run club, so I think
Hell yeah, Nick.
I'm either on my own tonight or I
Ooh,
need
a
to
run
have
club.
something
Does she
ready.
have a poople card?
I don't actually know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know.
Do you guys know you're allowed to communicate with your significant
No,
other?
okay. So what happened is there's a thing that she wanted to make tonight, and then she realized that the run club was gonna she's gonna come home late
because she had Taco Bell,
and she's like,
the poople card.
if you want, you can try to make this thing that I was going to make tonight. And I'm
Ooh.
like, haven't seen you make it enough times to be confident
What is
in
it?
my ability.
It's
Probably a
that
peanut butter sandwich.
and jelly, John. It's not
it's the
easy.
How much jelly do I put on it?
Does it go?
How do I keep the peanut butter out of the jelly?
Does the peanut butter and jelly go on the same slice or different ones? No, it's this kielbasa dish that she makes. It's like kielbasa with tomatoes and
That'd
I know
be scary. I wouldn't want to make
I know
it.
the basic ingredients. I just don't know the amount, and I don't know the amount.
There's not like a recipe that you can read.
No, she's really good at cooking, and this is just a thing that she knows. It's the recipe's in her brain.
What time is the run club?
6.
Okay, so there's no time to find out what you should do.
Yeah.
Good luck,
Well,
Nick.
yeah, it's kind of late now.
I think what I'll probably end up doing
Taco
is just
Bell.
go to no free advertising and finding something quick and easy. So then when she's like, I'm on my way home, I'm like,
Too bad you're
I can
not
do
like
this.
Kevin Hart and have a poople card.
I wish I had a
Indeed.
poople card.
Speaking of poop, it's Friday tomorrow. I don't know. I didn't. Well, Ohio State. We're talking about Ohio State. Got them in 25 teams with Tim May, Mr. Laffy Taffy himself.
Yep.
God, I can't.
It's
wait
one
to
of our
talk.
favorite guests.
Yeah, Nick mixed him up with Tim Brandstatter earlier.
I
this
did.
week.
No, Jim
Brandstatter.
Brandstatter.
Oh yeah. See, now you confused me.
God.
Also, Jack's on tomorrow.
And it's movie club day, and we're talking about Friday Night Lights.
Have you watched it yet?
Yeah, I watched it last week.
Have you watched it yet?
It's movie night.
It's movie night. I've watched it
It's
already.
movie
too.
night. Nick's going to be starving to death because his wife's not there to give him the kielbasa.
To give him a peanut butter and jelly. All right. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. Cool.
See you tomorrow at the Phoenix.